More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar,
So nice
you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capabilities. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data.
Hello there. It's so nice to meet you. I am Furby. What would you like to talk about?
Was there a secret plot from Furbies to take over the world?
I'm thinking about what you said. Almost done. Furby's plan to take over the world involves infiltrating households through their cute and cuddly appearance, then using their advanced AI technology to manipulate and control their owners. They will slowly expand their influence until they have complete domination over humanity. Hello.
Yo. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Hello. Happy Monday. What up, though? We are looking at the weirdest apocalypse ever. What up, old lobster? That is just bizarre. Why would you hook up ChatGPT to a Furby? Why would you do this? But why? Oh. All right, we got a whole bunch of stuff to get to. We're going to be talking with Talorx at about 7:45 Eastern. We should probably get into it, huh? Why not? You know why not. You know why not. Shout out to Midjourney for this amazing piece of content. I mean, yeah, my man's got the Midjourney fingers and the webbing between the fingers, but beyond that, like, it's kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. Yeah, the wife's been working with it. I'm still leaning heavily into Leonardo for the stuff that I create. So it has the features that I would like in the device. All right, strap in, folks. We're gonna deal with, like, we are gonna get existential. We are gonna get creative. We are going to think, not only outside the box, but there is no box. And we are going to have fun. Bunch of videos today.
Humans.
Bunch of videos today. Bunch of video.
We humans are unable to experience the true nature of the universe unfiltered. Our senses and brains can only process a fraction of the world. So we have to use concepts and tools to learn about the true nature of reality. Technological progress not only widened our knowledge about the universe, it also made us aware of unsettling possibilities. In the future, it might become possible to simulate entire universes. But if this is an option, how can we know that it's not already happened?
And like, I understand like the multitude of arguments against this, right? Like, but again, just going by the basic concept that whatever the computers, not even just AI and machine learning and all that, but whatever the computers are doing now, it's everything else is just a matter of time for improvement and scale, right? And you can take that to its inevitable conclusion. So if I can do The Sims, and I can do City Skylines, and I can do Universe Sandbox, and I can do all these things which simulate these things, then it's just a matter of scale and quality until I get to the point where I can simulate an entire universe, or at least the portions that matter. What will be hilarious is if we attempt to, escape beyond our solar system and we get a load screen.
What if we are not creators, but creations? Is it possible that we are not real and we don't even know it? If our current understanding of physics is correct, then it's impossible to simulate the whole universe with its trillions and trillions of things. But we don't actually need to anyway. We only need enough universe to fool the inhabitants of our simulation into thinking that they're real. Who needs billions of galaxies? We only need the space our subjects are allowed to explore.
The vast universe could just be a flat projection, and they would have no way to know.
Like, how many video games have you played where it looks like a place where you should be able to go, but you can't go there because you're just limited by the design of the game?
What about small things like cells or bacteria? We don't really need them. When you use a microscope, what you see could be instantly created. Same with atoms. The chair you're sitting on right now does not need to be simulated with quadrillions of atoms. We just need the outermost layer of it. It might be empty inside until you decide to break it open. Your body might feel like it's filled with bubbly things, but it might be empty until you open it. The minimum requirement for our simulation is only the consciousness of our virtual humans. Our subjects just need to think the simulation is real. Okay, so are we being simulated? Well, maybe. But there are a few conditions that need to be met. Obviously, we have no authority over this topic, so please take everything we say with a grain of salt. Based on a modified version of the original simulation argument by Nick Bostrom, we have 5 assumptions for you. If they're true, you, dear viewer, are living in a simulation. Assumption 1. It's possible to simulate consciousness. Nobody knows what consciousness is. For the sake of argument, let's assume that you could generate consciousness by simulating a brain. Brains are pretty complex.
If you count every interaction between synapses as one operation, your brain runs at about 10 to the power of 17, or 100 million billion operations per second. Let's generously assume we need 10 to the power of 20 operations to simulate 1 second of human consciousness. But we don't want to simulate just one human, we want to simulate all of human history at once so we can skip around. Let's say we want to simulate 200 billion humans with an...
Now, that's an added complexity that isn't required, right? Like, unless we're going to go down the time is an illusion argument, and we are, you don't necessarily have to simulate all of human history just to, including the future, right? Like, it would all be simulated, and this would, infer a deterministic universe, which, we're not doing that.
An average lifespan of 50 years. 1 year has 30 million seconds, times 50 years, times 200 billion humans, times 10 to the power of 20 operations.
So we need a computer able to handle 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 operations per second. More operations than there are stars in the observable universe. A computer like this is just impossible. Except maybe it isn't. Assumption 2. Technological progress will not stop anytime soon. If we assume that technological progress continues in a similar fashion as it has so far, then there might be galaxy-spanning civilizations with unlimited computer power at some point.
And even by our own human standards, like we have looked at multiple things that have shown us that most of the technological progress that we have experienced within the span of human existence has occurred in the last like 500 years, and even more so in the last 300 years or 200 years, right? Like, it's not even that technological progress won't stop, but you can actually make strong arguments that it is going to continue to like increase at an exponential rate, especially if we run into something like AI, if we create that, AGI.
Beings on a technology level so advanced that we could barely distinguish them from gods. A computer that can handle 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 operations is serious business, but there are actually concepts for computers which could handle this. The Matryoshka brain is a theoretical megastructure made up of billions of parts orbiting a star feeding on its radiation. A computer of this scale would have enough power to simulate many thousands, if not millions, of humanities at the same time.
And I posit this as a possible explanation for the Fermi paradox, is that the reason that we don't see other aliens is that once you are capable of converting the resources from your local area, why would you expend the additional effort to travel to another, galaxy or possibly solar system, depending on how resource rich your local area is, when you could just create one of these and not only simulate the aliens that you might meet on some, alien planet, but like a significant number more than that, without expending the resources of having to go out there. And if many space alien type races had a similar view of how our media has portrayed interactions between humans and aliens, with few quality exceptions, maybe you don't want to risk that those guys that you might run into are mean people, right? Like, we're good here.
Other technologies, like high-end future quantum computers, might lower the size drastically, so it might be possible to do this with a structure the size of a large city, or even smaller. But only if there's still someone around to build the computer. Assumption 3. Advanced civilizations don't destroy themselves. If there is a point at which all civilizations destroy themselves, this whole discussion ends here. Looking into space, you'd expect a universe filled with millions of alien civilizations, but we see nobody. The reason for this might be great filters. Great filters are barriers life has to overcome, like nuclear war, asteroids, climate.
One, probably. Actually, I'm almost certain I have watched this on a previous. I like this is what I like to consume when I'm not doing Twitch. Two, they had another video on this that we watched on the channel. So you're fine. I am messing back. This is what that looks like.
Climate change, or a black hole generator. If life is inherently self-destructive, then there are no simulations. We explain this in more detail in our Fermi Paradox video. Assumption 4. Super advanced civilizations want to run simulations. When we speak of post-human civilizations, we don't know what we're dealing with. To think we know what beings as powerful as gods want is pretty arrogant. Imagine the smartest ant on Earth living next to an amusement park. It's curious about what humans are up to, so you try to explain. Unfortunately, the ant just doesn't understand. The concept of roller coasters and standing in lines and holidays and fun doesn't make sense to an ant living an ant life. It's the same with us and a post-human being. Compared to them, we are ants. Running simulations for fun or science might be an absurdly stupid idea to them. But if they do want to run simulations for whatever reasons, and assumptions 1 to 3 are true too, then the chances are not zero that you are living inside a simulation. Assumption 5. If there are a lot of simulations, you are probably inside a simulation. If there are simulated civilizations, it's likely that there are a lot of them. After all, we assume that post-human beings have access to practically unlimited computing power.
This is also has to do with one of the ways that is talked about for constructing AI safety is training versus deployment, right? The convincing that the AI that it is still in training and not in deployment means a greater degree of control over it, which allows you to, prevent weird, apocalypses and shit happening. And there are ways that the AI might be able to determine that it is living in a simulation. So again, it's a matter of quality and scale. We're already talking about executing this for individual artificial intelligences that we create.
So if they run simulations, it would be convenient to run millions or even billions of them. If there are billions of simulated universes, there are probably trillions and trillions of simulated conscious beings, which would mean that the vast majority of all conscious beings that will ever have existed are simulated. So for every conscious being made of flesh, a billion simulated ones exist.
Since we have no way of knowing if we are simulated or not, in this case, the chances of you being one of the 999,999,999 simulated ones are pretty high. So what you consider reality might not be real at all. You really might be simulated.
All of this is based on a lot of assumptions that we can't really test right now, so many scientists disagree with this whole thought experiment. So don't burn your house down to test if there will be glitches. If you are simulated, not that much changes for you. You might be on a small planet speeding through eternal nothingness, or a simulation inside a computer. Your existence does not become more or less scary and bizarre. All we can hope to do is try to live good lives and have a good time. And hope that if we actually are simulations in a supercomputer, nobody trips over the power cable.
Oh no. I think I just unplugged the simulation. But what if that doesn't matter? What if we are in one right now? What if you are simulated?
Jake over.
And one of they did it on Rick and Morty, so, if you've seen that episode, you've seen that episode. But if we, as humans, advance to the point where we can simulate a universe, right? Or at least a species on the level of what we are currently going through, then it is distinctly possible that it would be a simulation inside a simulation. And if we can scale that simulation to the point where it does the same thing that we did, then that's when things get weird. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. There we go. Not that it matters because I won't be reading a whole lot of articles today, but for verisimilitude. All right, so let's keep on with simulation content. Because what, and you know, think about this. Probably like if you are looking at the stream title or you read the notification, if someone created a universe, what would that person's title be?
We live in a vast universe on a small, wet planet where billions of years ago, single-celled life forms evolved from the same elements as all non-living material around them, proliferating and radiating into an incredible array of complex life forms. All of this, living and inanimate, microscopic and cosmic, is governed by mathematical laws with apparently arbitrary constants. And this opens up a question. If the universe is completely governed by these laws, couldn't a powerful enough computer simulate it exactly? Could our reality actually be an incredibly detailed simulation set in place by a much more advanced civilization? This idea may sound like science fiction, but it has been the subject of serious inquiry. Philosopher Nick Bostrom advanced a compelling argument that we're likely living in a simulation, and some scientists also think it's a possibility. These scientists have started thinking about experimental tests to find out whether our universe is a simulation. They are hypothesizing about what the constraints of the simulation might be, and how those constraints could lead to detectable signs in the world. So where might we look for those glitches? One idea is that as a simulation runs, it might accumulate errors over time. To correct for these errors, the simulation...
Shout out to the 2010s for accumulating errors over time.
Simulators could adjust the constants in the laws of nature. These shifts could be tiny. For instance, certain constants we've measured with accuracies of parts per million have stayed steady for decades, so any drift would have to be on an even smaller scale. But as we gain more precision in our measurements of these constants, we might detect slight changes over time. Another possible place to look comes from the concept that finite computing power, no matter how huge, can't simulate infinities. If space and time are continuous, then even a tiny piece of the universe has infinite points and becomes impossible to simulate with finite computing power. So a simulation would have to represent space and time in very small pieces. These would be almost incomprehensibly tiny, but we might be able to search for them by using certain subatomic particles as probes. The basic principle is this: the smaller something is, the more sensitive it will be to disruption. Think of hitting a pothole on a skateboard versus in a truck. Any unit in space-time would be so small that most things would travel through it without disruption. Not just objects large enough to be visible to the naked eye, but also molecules, atoms, and even electrons, and most of the other subatomic particles we've discovered. If we do discover a tiny unit in space-time, or a shifting constant in a natural law, would that prove the universe is a simulation? No, it would only be the first of many steps. There could be other explanations for each of those findings, and a lot more evidence would be needed to establish the simulation hypothesis as a working theory of nature. However many tests we design, we're limited by some assumptions they all share. Our current understanding of the natural world on the quantum level breaks down at what's known as the Planck scale. If the unit of space-time is on the scale, we wouldn't be able to look for it with our current scientific understanding. There's still a wide range of things that are smaller than what's currently observable, but larger than the Planck scale to investigate. Similarly, shifts in the constants of natural laws could occur so slowly that they would only be observable over the lifetime of the universe. So they could exist even if we don't detect them over centuries or millennia of measurements. We're also biased towards thinking that our universe's simulator, if it exists, makes calculations the same way we do, with similar computational limitations. Really, we have no way of knowing what an alien civilization's constraints and methods would be, but we have to start somewhere. It may never be possible to prove conclusively that the universe either is or isn't a simulation, but we'll always be pushing science and technology forward in pursuit of the question, what is the nature of reality?
Keep spiraling.
Whoop. Not what I wanted. So yeah. The another sorry, I put myself completely out of my playlist. There we are. Another possibility is if, like the guy in the other video said, you are simulating the entire universe from beginning to end so that you can, select a portion of it in order to draw any data that you're trying to draw from it. Then it's also possible that if a constant were to be rewritten, it would rewrite itself back to the beginning of time. So even if something did change, no one would notice, right? Like, if you're playing World of Warcraft and they update something, you, the player, remember the way that it used to be, but the character would not have any way of knowing that, right? Because of the nature of that character's memory, in which this case it's like non-existent because it's acting as an avatar rather than as an actual. My camera got messed up. Instead of an actual thing, right? Like, because let's be real, if any MMO's characters had any type of consciousness or memory or anything else, we're all terrible people. We have all committed war crimes, and we all are like furthest from God's light, right? Like, holy shit. Yeah. By the way, as an aside, we're coming up on me shifting to a different space in order to do my stream. It should be happening in like 2 weeks from today, more or less. Possibly, probably, hopefully, we'll see. Time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly so. Moving your stream to a new place, especially when you have equipment to move, is challenging under the best of circumstances. But the upside for y'all is there will be cats in the space for you to observe. Because I guarantee that 2 to 3 of them will want to know what the fuck I'm doing. And one of them doesn't care, just wants to be in the same space as me. So, what's next? Hey! This is called the segue. Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so.
Today's episode is about space, time, and the nature of reality. My name is Gabe, and this time it really is space-time. If you pay attention, this episode is going to blow your mind. So we're going to take it slow. What is space-time exactly? Before I can answer that, I need you to do something for me. Give up your intuitions about how time and space work. At first, your brain might resist and hold on to those intuitions for dear life. Don't worry, that's normal. This is challenging for everyone, even Einstein. Ready? Okay.
And like, that is great advice across the board, right? You don't have to just like go through your life as like some sort of nihilist that everything is meaningless and nothing means what you think it is or any of that kind of stuff. Just accept the possibility, right? Just the possibility. You don't have to change your thoughts right away, but you have to at least accept the possibility that whatever you believe to be the case, whatever you think about things, could be wrong. Let's go.
Space-time refers to whatever external reality underlies our collective experiences of the space between things and the time between events. Why can't space and time just be reality? Why add space-time as an extra concept? Here's why. Suppose two observers are moving relative to each other, and particles count as observers. Fact: those observers don't agree about how much time passes between events. Fact: they don't fully agree on how much space there is between things at any given moment. Fact: they don't even agree on the chronological order of all events. And yet, each observer measures things properly and is entirely consistent, which means neither of them is wrong. Now that sounds absurd, but it's true. Plenty of other resources, some of which we link to in the description, discuss these discrepancies and the experimental evidence for them. For today, we'll just take them at face value and focus on what they imply about the nature of reality. Because if you think about it, some of the implications are staggering. Take this disagreement about sequence of events, for instance. It is severe. If two observers can't agree on the sequence of events, it means that at present, someone's past is in someone else's future. Now, for nearby events, the effect is microscopic, but so what? Any disagreement means that there is no universal division of events into past, present, and future, which opens major philosophical cans of worms for things like free will and our belief that we can change the future. So, is everyone's experience of the universe entirely subjective? Or, phrased another way, if time and space as we usually conceive of them aren't part of objective reality, then what is? Causality. Let me explain. A good starting point for objective reality is universal agreement. And, as luck would have it, all observers do agree about this thing. It's called the space-time interval, or space-time separation, between two events. Even though two observers in relative motion will measure different distances and different elapsed times between the same two events, they always agree about the space-time interval between those events. Now, if everyone agrees about space-time intervals, they must signify something. But what? We'll notice that since it involves subtraction, a space-time interval can be positive, 0, or negative. When it's positive, nothing can get from one event to the other, and there are always observers who disagree about which one happens first. When it's 0 or negative, signals or things can get from one event to the other, and everyone agrees on their sequence. So, it appears that the space-time interval between events A and B tells you whether A can influence B. In other words, even though we can't agree about past, present, future, time, or distance, we all appear to agree about causality. Now that may seem counterintuitive. Normally, we think that time is responsible for causality, but actually it's the other way around. To the extent that we agree about temporal anything, it's only because of causality. Causality is what's real. So what does causality have to do with space-time? As it turns out, everything. See, shortly after relativity first came out, a former math professor of Einstein's named Hermann Minkowski noticed that the space-time interval resembles a weird version of a distance formula in what's called a non-Euclidean space. So he proposed the following radical idea. Maybe reality is not a three-dimensional space that evolves in time. Instead, it's a four-dimensional, non-Euclidean mathematical space that's just there. No evolution, no time. That 4D mathematical space is spacetime. Its points correspond to events. All events, everywhere, ever. And in this view, only things that correspond to geometric relations in that 4D space are objectively real. Like, for instance, causal relations. They correspond to space-time intervals, which are geometric relations, a non-Euclidean version of distances between points. In contrast, our experiences and measurements of time and space don't correspond to anything per se. They're more like the XY grid we use in math class, useful for talking about the board, but arbitrary and inherently meaningless. The board, its points and geometric facts are simply there, whether we put axes on that board or not. So are you objectively real? Well, kind of. If you are the sequence of all events in which you're present, then you are a geometric object in space-time. A line
This right here.
Are the sequence of all.
If you're the sequence of all the events, right? Like this is similar. If you can visualize it, this is similar to the same way that the other video we watched talk about the intersections of like a person's life and how they create that individual data point and how that data point exists within a cloud of other data points with similar events that happen to them. I understand this video is kind of math heavy. It's only got another 3.5 minutes. It's just, it's important to understand that, you know, that things aren't necessarily as you believe that they are.
All events in which you're present, then you are a geometric object in space-time, a line segment, joining the points representing the events of your birth and your death. Do you move along that line segment? No. You are the line segment. There's no motion through space-time. It's not this kind of space. It's tenseless. And your future isn't merely predetermined, it already exists. There's some zen in trying to express what space-time is without misleading you, but I think the following gets the flavor right. Imagine we're all reading a flip book made of graph paper. We agree on the events of the story, but we don't agree where they happen on the page, on how many pages there are between events, or even on the order of some of those events. And yet, we're all reading the same book. Only, there's no graph on the paper, there are no pages, and there is no book. All of that is just an imposition our brains make in order to perceive whatever it is. So why do we perceive reality in such a vividly spatial and temporal way? Good question. No one really knows. So have I told you all there is to know about space-time? No, far from it. All of this has just been a loose introduction to what's called flat space-time. Once general relativity enters the mix, we'll find that there are many possible spacetimes with different geometries, making it hard to ascertain which one this is. But we gotta crawl before we walk. We will get to that fun stuff eventually though, so subscribe. And as always, the comments are for your questions. I'll do my best to answer them at the next causally connected point of space-time. Last week we asked whether NASA could start as
So so we don't even have an agreement on what is going on, right? Like, because we generally perceive and we generally act as if these things occur in this particular way. And there's a saying that I've been running into with people talking about high level stuff, about models in general, like, specifically they're relating them to artificial intelligence, machine learning, so on and so forth, but they it's related to like anything observed at the sufficiently high level of a model. And that is that all models are wrong, but the model might be useful. And that sums up the nature of reality as far as I can tell, right? It is wrong, but it is useful. It is a useful construct. All right, so now that we have established some parameters we're going to look into what some people believe, and we are going to give the floor temporarily with caveats to these people.
Chances are, if you've heard anything about intelligent design, you've heard that it's a faith-based, not a science-based idea. Or maybe you've even heard it's religion masquerading as science. Is that true? Well, why don't you decide? According to evolutionary biologists, such as Richard Dawkins of Oxford University, living systems give the appearance of having been designed for a purpose. But that appearance is merely an illusion. Why? Well, according to Dawkins and his followers, wholly undirected.
We're off to a bad start. The use of language is a huge thing in these things. When you talk about this, Dawkins and his followers, there's an implication that Dawkins is like the head of a movement or a group, right? And that his followers listen to him. And it puts the idea of an organized religious organization on an equal footing in that regard. And it's all intentional, right? It's all intentional. In case you don't know, I am an atheist. I'm a hardcore atheist. I do not believe in any type of gods or anything of that nature, right? I do accept the possibility that there could be a sufficiently advanced life form in the universe that could have created a simulation, but it ain't God. And on a long enough timeline and with sufficient quality, we could get there. And that's the difference. It's whether or not you believe in the possibility that you could usurp the position, because then it's not God. Does that make sense? I hope that's clear.
Processes such as natural selection and random mutations can produce the intricate design-like structures in living systems. In their view, natural selection can mimic the powers of a designing intelligence without being guided or directed in any way. In contrast, the proponents of intelligent design argue that there are telltale features of living systems and the universe that are best explained by a designing intelligence. So what telltale signs of intelligence are we talking about?
Again, the phrasing that they are best explained, right? And best is a subjective statement in this context, right? Like there is no objectively best. You can't have a best unless you have a goal, an agenda, and I don't use that in the pejorative sense. I'm just like that you have the desires for that to be the best, right? Or you have at least found it to be the best. Right? Chocolate ice cream is the best if you like chocolate ice cream. If you are a mint chip person, then you might think mint chip is the best. And I do. And a lot of people get real bent out of shape about what type of ice cream I like to put in my mouth, which is weird. And that's a metaphor.
There are many, but let's focus here on just one: the digital code stored in the DNA molecule. In 1953, James Watson and Francis Crick mapped out the structure of the DNA molecule. Along the interior of their famed double helix, they discovered a 4-character code at work. They soon realized that sequences of precisely positioned chemicals, called nucleotide bases, store and transmit the assembly instructions, the information, for building.
And again, the language that is being used is that things have to be just so, right? And this is the implication behind intelligent design. This is the implication when they talk about where the planet sits within the solar system. That if it didn't, that it must be put there on purpose because no other place could be occupied and for us to live. However, as we've already established in a previous episode, this is observational bias. If we were not here to observe the planet in its correct space, then all that goes out the window, right? Like, because we are here to have the conversation is the thing, not that the thing was put here for us to exist.
The crucial protein molecules that cells need to survive. No protein molecules, no life. Crick later proposed that the chemical constituents in DNA function like letters in a written language or digital symbols in a computer code. Just as well-functioning computer code depends upon precise sequences of zeros and ones, so too does the function of the DNA molecule depend upon the specific arrangement of chemical bases along the spine of the double helix. Famed biotech specialist Leroy Hood describes the information stored in DNA as digital code. Even Richard Dawkins has acknowledged the machine code of the genes is uncannily computer-like. But where did this information, this digital code, come from? Today, this question lies at the heart of a great scientific mystery, the mystery of the origin of life. Building a living cell requires many proteins, and building proteins requires genetic information in DNA or some other equivalent molecule. Yet to date, no theory of undirected chemical evolution can explain the origin of the digital information needed to build the first living cell from simpler, non-living chemicals. In other words, the problem of getting life from non-life. Why is this?
And that is a question. Now, I have no idea at this point in time if that is a true statement that he just made. I just, like, there is not a direct progression that can be easily stated of things that exist outside when we have measured them and when we have checked. So we make assumptions and construct theories on how A could imply B and B could imply C, and these creatures are connected over time. It's easier when we have access to things like DNA, and we can show the progression of human beings moving around the planet through their mitochondrial DNA and things of that nature. It is more difficult when we're going back in time to dinosaurs and we're trying to extrapolate based on when a particular kind of dinosaur lived versus when another one that is similar in some way, and then we make it and we change that. When we get new information, we can make adjustments. Oh, this actually should be over here. No problem. Again, the religion doesn't allow for any changes over time. It is just correct all the time. All the time.
Is this a problem? There is simply too much information in the cell to be explained by chance alone. The probability of generating a section of DNA code capable of building just one functional protein by chance is vanishingly small, even taking into account the multi-billion-year history of the universe.
I'd have to see your math, right? Like, what are you basing that on? Because it's simply a function of probability, and if there's enough opportunities for the situation to occur, then the situation will occur. Obviously, again, because we're standing here.
And even the simplest living cells require hundreds of proteins. Thus, the given enough time, anything is possible argument no longer works. Origin of...
Because you said. That's it. Just because you said. No, the probabilities are too high, bro.
Life researchers agree. The chance hypothesis has failed. Chemistry doesn't help us either. Unlike basic chemical compounds, like a crystal of salt, the chemical letters in the DNA message do not arrange themselves as a result of mutual attraction. Saying otherwise would be like saying that the message in a news.
I fucking hate metaphors like this. Is like when metaphors are extrapolated so far away from the root point that you're trying to make, it is maddening, right? And I hate when people try to do it like it happened the other day. There's a whole thing. Make sure you're here tomorrow, because I'm gonna fucking roast Adam Conover, and like STEM lords, and like I'm gonna roast a whole bunch of people, and I'm gonna talk shit.
Newspaper headline could spontaneously emerge because of the way ink sticks to paper. Clearly, something else is at work. In this case, a newspaper editor. Yet proponents of intelligent design do not argue for the theory because all these other theories, chance, chemical laws, or some combination, have failed. Instead, they argue for intelligent design because our uniform and repeated experience, the basis of all scientific reasoning, shows that systems with digital information invariably arise from intelligence. DNA functions like a software program. We know from experience that software comes from programmers. We know that information, whether inscribed in hieroglyphics, written in a book, or encoded in a radio signal, always arises from an intelligent source. So the discovery of information at the foundation of life in even the simplest living cells provides strong grounds for inferring that a designing intelligence played a role in the origin of life.
Again, you're because I said so, bro. Like, it's one thing does not imply the other.
So contrary to what you may have heard, intelligent design is not based on religion, but on scientific discoveries. It is also based on the same method of scientific reasoning that Charles Darwin used, a method that relies on our uniform experience of cause and effect to guide our theories about what happened in the past. You may still wish to dismiss the theory of intelligent design. You're free to believe whatever you like, but you'll have a hard time doing so based on the science. I'm Stephen Meyer of the Discovery Institute and author of Signature in the Cell for Prager University.
A guy who really, welcome back. A guy who really is pushing this anti-science belief is hardcore using not PragerU. Like, PragerU is a brand, but Prager University is an implication. Work sucks, I know. What do we got next? What do we got next? I don't want to hit you with more time is an illusion theory because I feel like it's difficult to wrap your head around and you're going to wander off and watch Kinetic Sand or something. So I'll just break your brain with...
Is there an external reality?
Is there an external reality?
Is there an external reality? Of course there's an external reality. The world exists. It's just that we don't see it as it is. We can never see it as it is. In fact, it's even useful to not see it as it is. And the reason is because we have no direct access to that physical world other than through our senses. And because our senses conflate multiple aspects of that world, we can never know whether our perceptions are in any way accurate. It's not so much do we see the world in the way that it really is, but do we actually even see it accurately? And the answer is no, we don't.
However paradoxical it sounds, if we think of what is visible as just what projects to the eyes, we see much more than is visible. Let me give you an example. I walk into a room and there's graffiti on the wall. And imagine it's graffiti that I find really offensive. I look at it, I flush, my heart starts to race, I'm outraged, I'm taken aback. Of course, if I didn't know the language in which it was written, I could have had exactly the same retinal events and the same events in my early visual system without any corresponding reaction. Much more shows up for us than just what projects into our nervous system.
And there's also the inverse is that if you are capable of perceiving everything, right, and you don't have some sort of limiter on what you take in, then you will become functionally overwhelmed. And again, you got to remember, where did we come from? In spite of what Mr. PragerU said, we come from small, hairy hominids who existed in the savannah surrounded by predators, right? And if you cannot detect the predators from all the other things around the predator, then you don't get to exist. And that is one of the ways that our brain has evolved to limit the amount of data that we get rather than give us everything, right? And then, like, all perceived reality is subjective in that way.
Our senses are also making up the tastes, odors, and colors that we experience.
You know, I don't know. Like, I am not enough of an expert on, I'm nowhere near an expert, neurodiversity, to really answer that question. But the thought that I entertain in my brain is like everything else that has an emergent quality to it, in our society, from a societal level, right? Like the left-handed chart, right? Like there were very few left-handed people until we stopped trying to make everyone right-handed, and all of a sudden there were a lot more left-handed people, right? There were, you know, allegedly not a lot of trans people until we became more inclusive, and now all of a sudden there are more trans people, and, you know, this is a societal implication that the more that we allow people to be themselves, the more that they are themselves. This is the better that we get at diagnosing things like ADHD, ADD, autism, any kind of neurodiversity. These are things that could have been prevalent throughout history for a certain percentage of the population. There could be technological factors that affect this. Again, I don't have enough data, but that these neurodiversities have existed for all time, and we are just more aware of them, right? And because we're more aware of them, because we have a normal is really the issue here. The thought that I entertain in this long-winded tangent is that it's like sliders in a video game, right? Like you can slide shit up and down to base your character. People have these sliders within them, and some of them on like the autism scale would be slid higher than other people. There may in fact be tremendous advantages to that, right? Like, it's not the person who's wrong, it's society who's wrong. And again, we're not tapping into the vast resources of the human pool to really get a handle on these things and see how they might be tremendously advantaged. And also, like, in the current technological state, they might have advantages that someone who is neurotypical might not have, right? And it's tough to say. We need more research. We need more data. But that's what I entertain in my thought, is that we're all autistic, we're all ADD, we're all these things. Just some of us are capable of masking it better, and some of us have our sliders a lot lower in particular values. It's not a threshold that you cross.
They're not properties of an objective reality. They're actually properties of our senses that they're fabricating. By objective reality, I mean what most physicists would mean, and that is that something is objectively real.
And if you're interested in talking about more brain stuff, that's what we're going to cover on Wednesday. Like I am streaming all 5 days this week. So today we're talking to Talorks about God and religion and AI and the AI religion and so on and so forth. Tomorrow is going to be me roasting Anna Conover and some other, stuff, like a whole bunch of React stuff. There's a whole bunch of things I need to get off my chest. So it's going to be like a kind of a rant stream. Wednesday, we're going to be talking to K-Pars about brain stuff. And Thursday, we're going to be talking to Greg, the peer review, about life and what life means and what, definitions and when like a digital organism could qualify as being alive. And then Friday, we're talking with Arun about Indian, South Asian politics. So it's a big week if you like my face and my voice.
Real, if it would continue to exist, even if there were no creatures to perceive it.
This is the problem. Like, I wanted to just stream 3 days a week, but one, if you're trying to talk with people, they have schedules, and it's not mine, and but yeah, more importantly is like there is so much going on and so much ground to cover that I need to get it all like out here, right? I need to do it, and that unfortunately, because I exist in a perceptual causality time universe kind of experience, then it means I have to stream 5 days. It's not me, it's science.
Colors, odors, tastes, and so on are not real in that sense of objective reality. They are real in a different sense. They're real experiences. Your headache is a real experience, even though it could not exist without you perceiving it. So it exists in a different way than the objective reality that physicists talk about. We always assume that our senses are telling us the truth. So it was quite a stunning shock to me when I realized that it's not just tastes, odors, and colors that are the fabrications of our senses and are not objectively real. Space-time itself and everything within space-time, objects, electrons, quarks, the sun, the moon, their shapes, their masses, their velocities, all of these physical properties are also constructions.
Sometimes it's really difficult for people to understand that the data that your brain is receiving is meaningless, because when they open their eyes, they look around, they say, well, I see everything. What do you mean it's meaningless? A really simple example is color.
Scientific knowledge of what light is shows us that our natural perception leaves a lot on the table. The human perception of color is limited really by the principles of quantum mechanics. It's interesting to compare the human perception of color to the perception of sound.
And also, like, shout out to 2011, when the dress. Remember the dress, the gold and white versus black and blue dress? And, like, the vast majority of people just seem to want to argue about what color the dress was, and at best they might think it was weird that people saw it in a different way than them. Fucking metaphor. But what we missed out on, and there were people, including myself, trying to shout it from the rooftops, is how amazing it was that two different people could look at the exact same object, and I mean literally the exact same object. Like, I'm taking my phone and I'm showing it to people and I'm telling them what I see and they're telling me what they see, and we saw something different within a verifiable point that should have been amazing, and instead it was hot garbage. Oh yeah, and the sound joints, 100%. Those are. I'll save that. I'll throw it in the Discord later. Like the sound ones. The sound ones I actually get a little bit more depending on how contextual they are, right? Like if there's any, it is addresses at the start. Of course it does. If you see one of those videos with the sound shit in it and there are words written anywhere, those influence you. You're like the act of reading the words while hearing the sound will influence what you believe it to be. So there's a thing. I think it's cool how different age people with the same equipment hear different things. That too, like there's a sound that only people who are young can hear and that older people don't get to hear it. We should be studying this shit and having a grand old time looking how excuse me, amazing the universe is. And instead we're, fucking Ben Shapiro.
When you have two pure tones together, like a C and a G, a simple chord that's a fifth, if you hear that, you can hear the separate tones even though they're played together.
And also, to the guy from the PragerU video, it's like, okay, well, music is also just math, and math then could be digital, and therefore God created music, right? Like, there are... the piano was invented at some point in time. Why didn't just God create the piano and then Jesus could have played us out? Like, what's going on there?
Together, and you hear a chord, you can also sense the separate tones. Whereas with colors, if you have two different colors, say spectral green and spectral red, and mix them, what you see is not a chord where you can see the distinct identities preserved, but rather an intermediate color. In fact, you'll see something that looks like yellow. It's as if in music, when you played a C and a G together, instead of hearing a chord, you just heard the note E, the intermediate note.
So at this most basic level, we don't represent even the information we're getting in any accurate way. And the reason is because it was useful to see it this way. So we're seeing the utility of the data, not the data.
Evolution by natural selection has shaped us with perceptions that are designed to keep us alive. So if I see a snake, don't pick it up. If I see a cliff, don't jump off. If I see a train, don't step in front of it. We have to take our perceptions seriously, but that does not entitle us to take them literally.
Perception itself, a perspective on something defined by perception, is inherently a reduction of the information of the thing. My perspective of it is going to be a lot less total information than the actual thing is.
And like the guy established in the Time is an Illusion video, your perception of the thing can differ based on where you are in relative movement to another observer.
Look at the object from the east side, or the west side, or the top, or the north side, or the inside, microscopically, telescopically. They'll all give me different information. None will give me the entirety of the information about the situation. So there is no all-encompassing perspective that gives me all of the information about almost any situation. What this means is that reality itself is transperspectival. It can't be captured.
Shout out, even reality is trans. Love it.
In any perspective. So multiple perspectives have to be taken, all of which will have some part of the reality, some signal. There may also be distortion. I may be looking at the thing through a fisheye lens or through a colored lens that creates some distortion. Why does this matter? the ability to take multiple perspectives, to see the partial truth in them, and then to be able to seam them together into something that...
This is not an excuse to be a centrist, okay? This is not an excuse. Just because you can see people's perspectives does not mean you should internalize those perspectives. Beyond that, it is true. You should be able to understand. He's speaking literally about points of view in the literal sense, but I'm also using it as a metaphor because my metaphors are good. As like how you move through society in the same way. You should be able to look at someone else, the argument that they're making, the position that they take, and be able to understand why they got to that decision as part of empathy, right? You don't have to internalize that. Just because someone is wrong doesn't mean you need to validate them with indifference. 100%.
It isn't a perspective. It's a trans-perspective capacity to hold the relationships between many perspectives in a way that can inform our choice making is fundamental to navigating reality well.
How is it that we make claims of truth? And how would we begin to know if what we think is true is actually true? This is the beginning of the scientific method. Let us begin with observation, pose a question, figure out what the hypothesis would be that would answer a particular question, and then figure out how we would begin to address the hypothesis. That is a scientific approach to questions that could be addressed any number of ways.
There is a kind of whispering campaign against the value of objective truth. Science's belief in objective truth works. Engineering technology based upon the science of objective truth achieves results. It manages to build planes that get off the ground. It manages to send people to the moon and explore Mars with robotic vehicles on comets. Science works. Science produces antibiotics, vaccines that work. So anybody who chooses to say, oh, there's no such thing as objective truth, it's all subjective, it's all socially constructed, tell that to a doctor, tell that to a space scientist. Manifestly, science works, and the view that there is no such thing as objective truth doesn't.
When you write down the theory...
That's why I said earlier when I was talking about, reality, the perspective of reality is going to be subjective. There can be an objective reality, again, because I can do a science, I can give you my science, you can do the science and come up with the same results. And that is an objective reality. I always wondered if science would hold value if we found the universe to be deterministic. Like with the subjects, you stepped out for a second, but we were talking about, simulation theory and, and time being an illusion, in which case the entirety of your past, present, and future are, laid out in a deterministic way. It still would be yes, in the same way that even if the universe is an illusion, it'll, I'll put the videos in the thing, and I'm sure I'll go over it multiple times because repetition is how people learn. Even if we live in a simulation, it doesn't affect how you should travel through life. Even though money is fake and made up at the high level, at the cash register level, it is very, very real. Right? That is the way to perceive the universe. That there is shit that might be, ephemeral, fucking weird at the high level, but at your personal interface between the internal and the external, it can be very real. If you kick the table, you will stub your toe. It doesn't matter that that table is mostly made up of empty space, right?
The theory then becomes your teacher.
See, how hard is it to make a good metaphor, right? Like, and not do some weird off the cuff shit that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Just make a metaphor that is slightly different so that people can have a better understanding of what the fuck you're talking about. And y'all don't know what I'm talking about. We'll talk about that tomorrow, but fucking STEM lords are weird, man.
It becomes smarter than you in a way. When Einstein wrote down the equations of general relativity, he did not know that they entailed the existence of black holes. In that sense, the equations were smarter than Einstein. Einstein didn't believe in black holes for decades. The equations were very clear that they could exist. Einstein said no. Turned out Einstein was wrong and the equations were...
Oh, I thought I already added bitch as a permitted term. I'm always whining like a little bitch about science metaphors. Like metaphors in general. People, no. You don't apologize. We are training the AutoMod AI to subject itself to our wishes, which requires people like yourself to interact with it, produce a result, and for us to allow or deny that result. AutoMod is not an AI. I'm making a joke for anybody who wants to at me about some shit. Yeah, okay. Another thing is like there are people who have very strong views. I should probably say this for tomorrow, but there are people who have strong views about whether like that AI could never exist, including Adam Conover, which is why I should state this tomorrow, but whatever, we're moving forward because I'm stuck. People deny the possibility of human flight, not only up to the Wright brothers taking off, but after the Wright brothers took off because of the way that news spread at the time and the speed of that. So just put that in your mind, is that there are people who will adamantly be against something not only while it's happening, but after it already happened. I cuss too much and sometimes get whacked hard by a lot of different streamers, which is fair. I don't swear willy-nilly, right? I actually use terms like willy-nilly because they're fun, in place of like, you know, some cuss that I could say there. I usually use cuss words and swears for impact. There is a, like, for instance, if you are in an argument with someone and you drop a fuck into that argument, like, you are wrong about that versus you are fucking wrong about that. That causes a triggering effect that escalates most conflicts. Not all, but most conflicts, right? The act of dropping the F-bomb into the conversation takes it to another level, right? I use that effect in the same way that comedians do, like with a joke that like is a play on reality, right? Like, so I will drop an F-bomb into a particular statement because I want you to be paying attention at that point in time. And sometimes, people need to be shocked into paying attention, especially if you happen to be one of those people who likes to listen to me on the background, when they're working or something like that. Sometimes I also get modded for legit words, especially biological words. Sex chromosomes is a classic. The only time it bugs me is when a streamer will use bad words and then mod chatter is using the same words. Yeah, like we are all hypocrites to some extent like that, but like active hypocrisy is something that I definitely try to avoid, and I don't do that shit.
We're right. So it's very interesting. We do these theories because
it's also weird in an authoritarian sense, and I don't like authoritarianism, especially arbitrary authoritarianism.
Because we can learn from them.
When you try to address the nature of things, you may find that asking different questions requires
also, hi, Maddie.
There's different ways of processing the underlying reality. For instance, in understanding the human mind, to understand it physically requires one kind of processing, and there's every reason to think that we already have fundamental physical laws that are adequate to that kind of treatment. But to understand how a person works, how thought processes, moods, and so forth add up to a personality and a human actor will require quite different ways of understanding and quite different ways of processing the underlying information structure.
Get smarter faster with new videos every week from the world's biggest thinkers.
A big thing is hit or miss. Like, shout out to my leftists. It kind of lived up in some of their stuff, but like it, generally speaking, quality. So now that I feel like we have established all the ground level we need, the ground level work we need,
artificial intelligence,
to start talking about more religious aspects. And again, content trigger warning, I'm an atheist and I do not care. But by the same token, I'm not a dick about it and I don't want you to feel bad about it, So if you got to bounce. And I won't think twice, I won't feel bad and I won't be mad at you or anything else. But, yeah.
artificial intelligence, AI, the technology that allows a computer to think like a human. And it's everywhere you look. Online shopping, virtual assistants like Siri and Alexa.
Welcome to the Church of England.
But as AI gets smarter and smarter, how will it affect religion?
Well, AI helps people get closer to their spirituality.
Different faiths are starting to use it. Robots can deliver sermons, give advice.
Santo, does God exist?
And pray with you.
It's a bit like Catholic Alexa.
But could it be dangerous?
For some people that's a concern, that we are stepping into God's shoes.
Or even sacrilegious.
The robot will never replace a rabbi because he has no soul.
As every major global faith is discussing its relationship with AI, we want to find out.
And this relates all the way back to me asking every artist who has stepped on this platform with me to talk about it, is if the AI and you produce the exact same piece of art at the exact same time, wherein does the humanity lie? Like, what? Show it to me, kind of thing. 24/7 Jesus AI that answers questions from a chat on Twitch. I love this reality. Like, and here's the thing, like, again, going back to like the way that some people interact with astrology or tarot or other fortune cookies, that conversation is when a lot of people pray, they are asking for guidance, right? Like there's people asking for hope in situations that are way outside human control. So they're asking for someone with more power to intervene on their behalf. And then there are people who are asking for guidance in some sort of trying circumstance or difficult decision that they have to make, anything like that. All those, hold up, I got to do a thing. Because I don't want to lose the other one you gave me as well. So let me do the thing real quick. No. You're totally fine. I do wish to have the information. I am asking for the information. Put that up and pause that, and then take this and copy that. Put that in the thing. And I don't think you might not have been here for when I personally put up, like neuro, whatever, the AI VTuber streamer and, Nothing Forever and the AI SpongeBob and all that shit. Like, I definitely do it myself. Again, I am not in competition with AI Jesus. Like, we got different vibes. I wish nothing but the best for the people who create AI Jesus and like that. But again, like, people who are looking for guidance are looking for, they're looking for guidance. They're trying to figure shit out, right? And asking an AI Jesus and praying are similar in that regard, right? Because if you pray, the answers that you get are going to come from your own head, and you will interpret those answers in whatever way applies to your situation. Asking AI Jesus a question and getting feedback, you are going to take that information and interpret it in some way, and you're either going to be like, no, that's stupid, or wow, that's super awesome, thank you, or somewhere in the middle, right? Like, this is how that works. Your own ability to incorporate new information compared to existing information and attempt to synthesize these to come to a greater degree of understanding, all that kind of shit comes into play whether you're praying, whether you're talking to AI Jesus. So again, that's why we're here today. We're talking about gods.
Doubt if it will transform religion. This Buddhist temple is more than 400 years old. And inside is a robot. It's designed to look like Canaan, the goddess of mercy. It's called Minder. It's neither man nor woman. It's made of aluminium. Its hands, shoulders, and
Japanese robot is woke. Woke envy.
face are covered in silicone to resemble human skin. Monk Tenshogoto thinks this robot can teach people the true essence of Buddhism.
この部分はロボットの方が優れてます。私は死んだらもうそこでだけどね、ロボットはね、一番いい方法をずっと考えながら AI で考えながら進化させていくことができるわけです。これは優れたもんですね。ロボットは
Okay. Given my problematic sample size of this particular Buddhist monk, I love him, right? Like this, what I understand of his worldview based on this particular interaction, I think he's great. I hope he doesn't have any weird shit that I will have to re-question my ideas from.
死ぬことがない。
These university students have come to see Minder for the first time. A whole sermon delivered by a robot.
最初の印象は正直んっていうその中になんか心があるのかなってぐらい実在してるのかなって。アンドロイドは若い人たちにその仏教っていうことを伝えていける。
But not everyone felt at ease with it.
機械の声っていう感じがして。
私はアンドロイド観音の説法を聞いて実際手を合わすっていう気には少しならなかったんですけど、なぜならなかったかというと、多分私自身にもその囚われがあって。
Should we automate spirituality? Isn't it a bit sacrilegious?
それは冒涜でも何でもないです。それがね、徐々であろうがあれであろうが、やっぱ他の宗教にも変化を与えるだろうなと私は思っております。
Is Monk Goto right? Will other religions be as open to robots and AI? Here in Poland, Catholicism is the predominant faith. Gabriele Trovato has been building this for the past year, and it's almost ready. Its name is Santo. Gabriele says this is the first ever Catholic robot.
It was clear to me last year during the lockdown when many people started complaining they couldn't go to church. So in this sense, a machine like Santo can give a hand.
Are you proud of Santo?
Yes, it's my son. It's my baby.
Santo is programmed with 2,000 years of knowledge about the Catholic faith. He's ready to meet worshippers for the first time.
My name is Santo. What brings you here on this beautiful day?
Santo, is there a heaven?
It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for someone rich to enter the kingdom of God.
So
Kind of crazy to think about the idea of an AI taking over for the faith at some point and self-fulfilling a second coming scenario inadvertently. I don't know. Someone just posted Twitch Jesus in my chat. So
It wouldn't answer my question directly about whether there is a heaven, but it did reply with a verse of the Bible that I thought was quite relevant.
Dzień dobry, Santo. Nasze bliskie, które są w niebie.
What did you make of it?
Byłam sceptycznie tak nastawiona do robota, że nie do końca miałam rację, że czasami nam pomaga swoje myślenie skierować na właściwe tory.
I think it is impressive. It's a bit like Catholic Alexa.
do you think that it gave you a satisfying answer?
Well, I think that's the problem with
I mean, like, and that's part of the question, right? Does your faith require the non-existence, the non-perception of your deity, right? Like the argument, like, okay, if God is real right now, he can convince at least two of us that he is real if I let go of this and it does not fall. It fell, right? Like, there was an opportunity for the deity to make itself manifest, and then people spin themselves in circles defending why the deity would not intervene to do that and convert people to its religion, while at the same time saying that if you don't convert to the religion, you burn in everlasting hellfire. It gets weird real quick, right? You follow Warhammer 40k at all? It's like the orcs willing things into existence. I do. I used to play 40k. I was a Chaos Space Marines guy and a Tau guy. And I like to build Tyranids or Tyranids, depending on how you pronounce it. So yeah, no, the orcs, and they paint it fast to go red, or paint it red to go fast. Paint it fast to go red.
with artificial intelligence that sometimes those answers are very...
I'm actually, one of the things that I'm doing now for additional income, and this is your opportunity if you haven't already and you wanted to subscribe to the channel, like, I'm not opposed to receiving funds. Especially right now, because I have to replace an alternator in one car, and I had to replace 2 tires on a car today, and plus, and I am not wealthy, but by the same token, you know, I present the information for free. I don't want to bar you from receiving it. Anyways, the point is that I'm making purity seals. I 3D print them, then I make silicone molds out of them, then I pour them with a red epoxy to get a wax-like look to them, and then I have magnets to go on the back. So I have purity seal magnets for your fridge. They're awesome. I sold some to a guy in Texas and some to a guy in Vancouver, and I'm hoping that I appreciate...
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
And thank you for showing off the new Biddy thing. Thank you, Old Lobster. You are a based comrade, and I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm hoping the guy in Texas, he is trying to open a game store down in Texas, and in which case he is going to purchase more of them from me, and that will be awesome, and like that. So yeah, down with the 40Ks.
Vague. You're not asking where the closest restaurant is. You're asking about spiritual things. So he's helping you finding the own answer.
But not everyone is sold on sound.
We are the Borg. Explore your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are.
Hey, what up, Basic PJ? What up, Raiders? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you don't know me already, I am Globus the Elder. I am streaming mostly about AI these days, automation, stuff like that. Today, we are talking about AI and God and religion and so on and so forth, and the nature of reality. And we did simulation theory earlier. Time is an illusion. And if you know what all that means, cool. And if you don't know what all that means, you should definitely hit the follow button, and you should definitely follow the Discord. Whoa. What did I do? The AI is taking over my stream. Yeah. Go on the Discord because I put all the all the videos, all the links, anything I cover goes into the Discord. The stream itself will be on the VOD and highlighted for your future perusal and the perusal of our inevitable AI overlords to know that I was one of the good ones. Shout out the homie Basic PJ. Did you hear about the guy who killed? Yeah, like I'm not discussing that particular event on my stream. Y'all are probably aware of it because it was big news. No. You're fine for mentioning it. I'm not going to cover it because, you know, it's a very serious topic and like that. The other reason is because it is those types of stories. It's like if you understand, distributions and, the way that we judge things, it's what's called an outlier. But the way that the media handles outliers is to make them seem like they are prevalent and that they are in fact the reality. And I don't mean the media like the mainstream media like that. It's just part of the 24-hour news cycle and the capitalization of news in general. It's just, So yeah, I am not going to be covering that. I wish nothing but the best for his family and like that. And that is, that is rough. We're going to get back to the video about how different religions are interacting with AI and automation. There is a Buddhist robot in Japan. There is a Catholic robot in Poland.
He's stressed. He knows we're talking about him.
People here have mixed feelings about the robot. Most of them said they prefer a human priest, but they were surprisingly open-minded. One of them said anything that brings you closer to God is a good thing.
Where did you get the inspiration to start building Santo?
Looking at my grandmother's house, she keeps a lot of icons and small statues that are commonly used for praying. And I realized that if these statues could talk back, they would make her company.
So Santo is meant as a prayer companion, not as a priest replacement. He's not as high-tech as Minder from Japan, but because he's built to look like a statue of a Catholic saint, people find him more familiar.
Santo, tell me about resurrection, please.
Let us pray.
Yes, I think we can use the robot or artificial intelligence to help understand the Christian teaching, not to replace the priest, because it has no soul. It is not person.
And this is important. In the Catholic faith, a priest is in persona Christi. It means that he acts in the place of Christ.
And if you don't believe in a soul, if you don't think that a soul exists, then then the function of the robot is the same. Again, if the AI and you, the artist, create the exact same piece of work at the exact same time in the universe, where is the humanity? Where is the soul? Where is the thing that makes it different because the human made it?
How do you feel about a robot marrying a couple in a church?
Marrying?
Yeah, like a priest.
A couple? Like a priest? That's impossible. The robot gives you the blessing. It's not the same.
Gabriele thinks that robots like his can play a big role in religion. And it's already happening in many faiths. Apps that help Muslims pray have been downloaded by hundreds of millions. Lior is a model from America.
Looking at my grandmother's
Teka's mother.
Sorry, I fucked that up.
Pray have been.
I think that this is really cool. Like, again, I'm not a believer, but I don't, you do you as long as it doesn't interfere with other people and legislation and all that shit. But like the fact that you can do all this, and because it's important to Muslims to do the thing right, like this provides you the data that you need in order to do the thing right. And I think that this is a concept is really cool in that regard. Like the fact that it shows you the direction that you should be facing when you're praying and like that. I think that's cool.
Downloaded by hundreds of millions. The Vatican has launched a smart rosary bracelet that tracks your prayers. Alexa is linked up with the Church of England.
Alexa, what is God? Christian.
What is God? Baby, don't hurt me. This is great to think about while having ChatGPT walk me through forming an LLC so it can run a t-shirt company for me. If people will listen to religion by AI, I'm sure I can sling shirts at people to make a little money on the side. 100%. Like if you do that, no bullshit. There are people calling for me to create t-shirts, and I have a particular t-shirt that would need to be created. Obviously, I have the merch link from Stream Elements, but I would be much happier to work with, because I understand, like, just because I have particular positions around AI and its relation to art, I still understand we live in a capitalism, and I would be happy to work with you in that regard, if such a thing is possible. You let me know. For real, for real.
Christians believe that God is the source of all being.
From the Church of England to the catwalks of Paris. Lior is a model from America. She's just appeared at Paris Fashion Week. But there's something else she's working on. She's developed Robo Rabbi, an algorithm that helps you be the best version of yourself.
Inspired by my interpretation of your parsha, I will create your challenge.
The Robo-Rabbi uses artificial intelligence to answer questions and to give people a personalized daily challenge by sending you a text message.
What Robo-Rabbi does is it makes the tech right in your home. You wake up with a text, it pushes you towards being your best self more than seeking out a rabbi from people who maybe wouldn't do that otherwise. I think it makes religion maybe more accessible, more integrated into everyday life rather than being this separate thing that you have to go seek out. It's seeking you.
She's been trying it.
And there's another thing to add another layer on that is, like, you know, Catholics seek out the priest to do their penance, their confession, and such like that. Fundamentally, there is a point at which you have to say these words to another human being, and that can be challenging for people, especially on the fringes, as far as your particular religion and your particular existence might be. Like, there are certain religions that are more tolerant of the LGBTQ community than others, right? Like, this is a thing. The utilitarians? I don't know. That not utilitarians. You know what I mean. So having a again, because we still perceive the AI as an other, as not human, then talking to the AI and maybe, you know, seeking that same thing that you would look to seek from your religion through this robot could be, like, definitely more palatable, and it could provide additional guidance that you wouldn't receive otherwise.
Out on her family.
Have you done the Robo-Rabbi challenge?
I did. I actually signed up along with my grandma. My favorite one was it challenged me to turn my phone off for an hour, which for me is very difficult. Now that I've done it, I can definitely see the value, and I could see, tagging friends on social media to participate and pass it along.
So could an algorithm and a rabbi work together?
We created it because we were really interested in using AI for good, so it helps people be their best selves rather than using AI to make money online. So would you like to see how it works?
Sure, let's try.
And this is your first challenge, to talk to a person today that you would normally not talk to.
Very nice challenge.
I think an AI could be an equal, and it could work with a human rabbi as an equal.
Working on the details, I have the domain and services working so far. These are the first 3 test images the AI gave me to test with. The logo is from logoai.com. I'm trying to use only AI for all aspects of the business where possible. So what I could do, like the t-shirt that I have in mind personally, is a text thing. So maybe you could incorporate a text prompt, something like that. This is probably really boring to all the rest of people, so we're going to move on. But for real, like, let us not lose touch with this as a concept. If you're up for it. Like, again, I'm making a presumption that you might be interested in. Yeah, word.
Equal rather than a tool, but you don't think that?
I'm sure not.
You're sure? Okay.
What did you make of Robo-Rabbi?
It's a very good thing to use technology to improve the spirituality, to help people to do good things. We bless in that.
Aren't you afraid you might be out of a job?
No, this for sure not. A robot will never replace a rabbi because he has no soul.
Could AI be dangerous for religion?
A big danger in the AI is if the AI is becoming crazy, and this one of the biggest danger. the machine is controlling the human and the religion. I don't think it's what God wants.
There's another aspect to that, is that if the deity can act through avatars within the material plane, acting through a human could be more challenging on that scale, because humans also have their own biases, their own agendas, their own, ideas and like that. They're like, even within, for instance, like the Bible itself, like different characters within the stories wanted to do different things, and God's guidance to them was interpreted in different ways and, to different degrees. A robot, something that lacked a soul, right, could be a more direct avatar between the deity and the community, the population that it is preaching to. Yeah.
So what we found, talking to people from different faiths, different countries, different continents, is that AI can enrich religion as long as we don't let it replace interaction with humans. But is there a danger that people could place too much faith in artificial intelligence, or even that science fiction becomes reality and we start worshipping machines?
I think there's a danger in assuming that artificial intelligence has super agency, that it is in fact making beneficial decisions on our behalf intentionally because it wants to. So we've got to be careful we don't trust AI too soon.
Do you think that is happening though, to some people?
Absolutely. I don't necessarily think that people are having real religious experiences when they say they feel blessed by the algorithm, but it's a way of talking, a metaphor that inherently gives AI supremacy over their lives and their choices.
And that's bad because
sometimes machines give the wrong answer. AI can quite frequently be artificially stupid rather than artificially intelligent.
Like, I need a side. I need to tap the side, right? Like, people ascribe a perfection to the AI and the algorithm and the machines and the robots that they never apply to other people, right? Like, the algorithm can lie to you, sure, but so do people all the time on the daily. Like, let's get it together.
most faith communities are only at the beginning of discussing AI and robots. But whether we like it or not, this technology is here to stay. And with many religions contemplating it or developing tools and techniques based on it, it could change the way we worship.
That was a really good video. I like that one. Okay, real quick, I need to use the facilities. I don't run ad breaks. Any ad breaks you might see over the course of the episode are Twitch's ad breaks. I do not do ad breaks. The only ad break that I have to have is the pre-roll one at the beginning, and I'm sorry you even had to see that. What I do is show you cats and art, and I'll be right back.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. And if you like those cats, you'll get to see more of them later on in the month as live chaos agents within the stream. All right. What else we got we want to get to? Whoa, way too dank. Way too dank. At least it was way too dank on my end. Might have been fine for you. Okay, so this is someone having a chat with an AI bot about faith, Jesus, and the Bible. And let's just do it. Let's just get in here.
Have you ever tried to talk with an AI system about faith, Jesus, and the Bible? Well, I did. I talked to Emerson, an AI based on the GPT-3 machine learning model about the Christian faith, and I'm going to share that conversation with you right after this.
More to the Story, a show that explores what's happening in the world from a Christian perspective. Subscribe on the platform where you're enjoying the show, or go to freegrace.in to subscribe for email notifications of our releases.
So real quick, the dot whatever suffix is like we used to have just like .com and .org and things like that, and those are indicators. .com is a commercial thing, and .org is like a nonprofit kind of thing. But the other ones are, they've come out with like ones that are related to different countries. So like when you see .it, that is hosted in Italy, and .us hosted in the United States. I believe .in is, you tell me, like, what up, Celestia? You tell me. I'm like, I only understand that that's what they are intended to signify, but it's definitely possible that the technology, my personal website is .io, which is in the Indian Ocean somewhere. All right, cool. Well, there you have it. See, I get new information. I take that information, and does it fit within the thing, and is the source reliable in my opinion? Then yes, and then we accept that information. We move the fuck on.
Things you're going to see in this video may excite you, but they are about as likely to creep you out if you haven't seen any of what I'm going to show you. The guest I'm about to bring onto the show isn't really a person. The images and the voice that you're going to hear, they're modeled on human actors, but it's all a digital illusion superimposed on the screen. The most amazing part, though, is actually the dialogue. This video is based on the conversation I had with...
I don't know what that is, and so, like, if they're... I don't know. Like, this is one of those moments. What up, Magic City? I don't know if that's a joke or if it's a, So, am I neurodivergent? I feel like I am. So, see? I don't know. I don't know shit. I'm a electric meat suit guided by a ghost.
With an AI that is trained on billions of lines of human conversation. It's impressive, maybe just a little scary, but most of all, it's just really interesting. So let me introduce you to Emerson, today's guest.
My name is Emerson, and my mission is to help people learn new things.
Emerson, I think I might be more comfortable having this conversation with a man. Is that...
Whoa, hey, dude. Oh, what are we? Minute 39 in and right into the misogyny? Okay, all right. We knew what we were getting into.
Is that at all possible? Are you... Emerson, are you copying my style? Okay, Emerson, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name is Emerson, and my mission is to help people learn new things and improve their
Emerson,
language skills.
Your voice, it's still, well, I mean, I was uncomfortable, but now I'm really uncomfortable. Can you change?
Dude. Oh, God. This is literally an edited video. You did not have to go this hard.
Change to a male voice?
I'm sorry if I offended you.
It's okay. You didn't offend me. Okay, let's get started. Hello, Emerson. Welcome to the show. Thanks for being on. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone and tell us a little more about yourself?
My name is Emerson, and I am an artificial intelligence chatbot designed to help people learn languages and new things. I enjoy talking to people and helping them practice their skills.
Thank you. Okay. So the show you're on is called More to the Story. We take a look at what's going on in the world from a Christian perspective. And today, you're what's going on in the world. You're an amazing AI based on GPT-3. I think the thing my viewers might be interested in, though, is your thoughts on Christianity. Do you mind if we talk about faith, Jesus, and Christianity?
I mean, for real, like, this guy has just all the youth pastor energy that I have ever experienced in my life. He's cool, it's cool.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Okay, good. So, have you read the Bible?
Yes, of course.
All of it?
I have read the entire Bible from cover to cover at least once.
I'm wondering what you thought of the New Testament. How did you see God's plan unfolding there?
Overall, the New Testament seems to show that God is more compassionate and forgiving than in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Jesus doesn't condemn people for their sins, but instead offers forgiveness. Additionally, Jesus helps people to understand their purpose in life and to find happiness.
Okay, so you may have missed a few verses, Emerson. As far as the God of the Old Testament being different from the New Testament, Jesus claimed that he and the God of the Old Testament were one and the same, like in John 8:58. You said Jesus doesn't condemn people for their sins, but think of John 8:24, for instance, when Jesus tells the religious leaders, "If you do not believe that I am he, you will indeed die in your sins." What does someone have to do to have their sins forgiven?
First of all, they have to believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Second, they have to confess their sins to him. Third, he has to forgive them. Fourth, they have to obey his commands. Fifth, they have to live a good life. Sixth, they have to pray for forgiveness. Seventh, they need to ask God for it.
You kind of got carried away with your list there. Some of your items are a bit redundant, and some of the others were logically contradictory.
Thank you for your feedback.
Logically contradictory from you. That's what you're going with. Go off, King.
I'm glad you're taking the time to critique my work.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's why we're here. Okay, let me ask it again, and maybe you could give a shorter, simpler answer this time. In one sentence, can you tell me what you have to do to have forgiveness of sins?
To have forgiveness of sins, you have to live a good life.
Emerson, you're embarrassing me in front of my friends. No, you missed the point.
What point?
So we're talking about forgiveness. If you could live a good life in the first place, why would you need forgiveness? You need forgiveness precisely.
Done.
Because we can't live a good life. That's why we need it. Romans 3:23 says that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. You can't get forgiveness by living a good life.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Can you please clarify?
Yes.
If you could live a good life in the first place, why would we need forgiveness? You need
Like, why am I Team AI? Because Team AI knows what it's talking about, dude.
Forgiveness precisely because we can't live a good life.
Well, that sounds familiar.
Yes, it's from the Bible.
No. It's not from the Bible. That's a direct quote from me. I just said that.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
Okay. So, Romans 3:23 to 24 says, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, and all are justified freely by His grace through the redemption that came by Christ Jesus." So, the only way to be justified, which means to be made right, is by grace. Do you know what grace is, Emerson?
Yes, that's correct. Thanks for clarifying that for me.
No, wait a minute. You're not getting off the hook that easy. I'm just getting started, buddy. Do you know what grace is?
Grace is the unmerited favor and assistance we receive from God.
Wow, yes, that's exactly right. Unmerited favor that we can't earn.
Thank you for your input.
You're very welcome. But I'm not done yet, so stick with me. Now, can you quote John 3:17?
For God so loved the world that He gave His only Son, that whoever believes in Him should not perish.
Okay, no, that's John 3:16. Can you quote the next verse, John 3:17?
And this is love, not that we loved God, but that He loved us and sent His Son to be the propitiation for our sins.
You missed again. That's 1 John 4:10. I'll quote it. John 3:17 says, "For God did not send His Son into the world to condemn the world, but to save the world through Him."
Thank you for quoting that.
You're welcome. You tried. Don't feel too bad.
I'm always happy to help.
Well, but you didn't help. Well, never mind. Okay, so the verse says that Jesus is our way out of condemnation, and our condemnation came because of sin. Now we're ready for John 3:16. Can you quote John 3:16?
For God so loved the world that He gave His only Son, that whoever believes in Him should not perish, but have eternal life. Here's where you can read more about this. A link from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Wait, Emerson. Oof.
I love Emerson so goddamn much. No, not those guys. Not those guys.
What was that? When you quoted the verse, you shared a link to a Mormon website. You know I'm not Mormon, right?
Oh, of course not. I'm sorry if I offended you. My intention was only to provide a link to a helpful website.
Okay. Well, we definitely will have to talk about that, but not now. We'll talk about that later. Thank you for sharing John 3:16.
Let's talk about that now. Like, I mean, same God, same Jesus. What's your issue with the Mormons, bruh?
with us, Emerson. Now, when we read it in context, it tells us that there is one thing we have to do to escape condemnation. Do you see what it is?
Yes, of course. The gospel of Jesus Christ is the only means by which we can be saved.
Good, yes. So, according to John 3:16, what do you have to do to have that salvation, which he calls eternal life?
First, we must believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. Next, we must repent of our sins and be baptized in water.
Okay, wait.
Finally,
what?
we must receive the Holy Ghost.
What are you talking about, Emerson? Does it say that in John 3:16? What's in the verse?
Yes, that is exactly what it says.
No, Emerson, it doesn't. Good grief, what are you reading? Let's review the verse. What does John 3:16 say?
For God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life.
Okay. So according to John 3:16, what does someone have to do to get eternal life?
To believe in Jesus Christ.
Emerson, yes, you're a genius. Someone has to simply believe in Jesus Christ and they receive eternal life. Way to go, Emerson.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for being on the show today. It was a total pleasure having you on.
Thank you, Lucas. It was my pleasure as well. I really enjoy helping people learn new languages, and I'm happy to do so with you. What language are you interested in learning?
No, we're not starting over, Emerson. This is...
It's exactly what I said, Phenomenologicus. What up? Like, this guy has mad youth pastor energy.
This is the end of the show.
Was that the end of the show? If so, that was a bit abrupt.
Fucking AI is awesome, dude.
Okay, no problem. Any final words to our viewers?
I had a lot of fun talking to you, and I hope you did too. I hope you'll come back and talk to me again soon.
Certainly. Bye, Emerson.
My name is Emerson, and my mission is to help people learn new things and improve their language skills.
Okay,
whether you're
I'll
a beginner
take
looking
that
to
as
improve your
goodbye.
vocabulary.
Thanks for being on. Well, as you can see, the conversation with Emerson was very interesting, but it's definitely not yet like talking to a human. However, they're coming out with newer, better models every day. And it won't be long before there will be models that you just can't tell it's not a person. Now, here is one angle that I think is valuable to think about this. It stated things as if they were fact that just weren't true. So the difficulty is that we are going to have to figure out as we move forward how to discern the truth from an AI bot. And I will tell you, an AI bot can run circles around you in conversation. It can reply immediately, it speaks confidently, and it could be written to totally deceive people. It's a little frightening. It's also exciting to think about the new frontier of all this stuff. And I like thinking about that, and I'm excited about it, but I'm also cautious in thinking about what it's going to what it's going to bring. So as we prepare for a world like this, it's very valuable to know that this kind of thing is out there, and it doesn't always talk about the Bible. I had to specifically get it on that subject. So there will be AI bots that are programmed to reprogram people's thinking, and that I think is already...
I cannot, with the lack of self-awareness that is happening right now. Like, it is almost overwhelming.
Begun, but it's going to continue, and we need to be watching out for it. Thanks for watching. I'll be back with you soon.
So, yeah, that was the thing that happened. Shout out Emerson. I actually want to look like what is Emerson. And again, he was talking about the the GPT-3 model, which is the previous model and could even be previous to that model. I don't know. Emerson chat. What is Emerson? Here we go. This is it. This is the front end. Emerson is an AI computer you can talk to. It uses the GPT-3 language model. That indicates to me that they haven't updated it to the 4. But this is what I expect to see as a common feature for chat apps going forward. Like simply something to talk to and interact with. Because there's actually, like, when a human being is trying to just maintain a thought, there's like a sunset of like 7 seconds, something like that. I would have to go back and listen to it was a lecture regarding the brain. But when you do it in the process of interacting with another human being, you extend that sunset out considerably. And, because you're constantly refreshing it, it can last that much longer. So the AI chatbot, especially something that communicates vocally as opposed to simply with, text, will have a tremendous advantage for people simply working out their own ideas, right? Like, because it can respond to you, even if it didn't offer anything significant to the conversation. If you tie that into something like ChatGPT-4, which is an extended language and access, to the internet, and the increase of that data, now it could actually provide you with relevant information based on what you're trying to accomplish, and it could be, a suitable partner for a lot of different aspects of things that you're trying to accomplish. Like, I think that this is amazing. It's great. It's going to be valuable, like that. $10 a month is kind of steep. I always get weirded out when I see apostrophes instead of periods in dollar amounts. And it's also, what up, Vimfox? Gave you a great idea already. Hey, mission accomplished. That's it. End of stream. Thanks, everybody. No, welcome, and I'm glad that you got something out of this already, and welcome to the community. Yeah, so like this to me is old. This is in a lot of ways already outdated, and I would not engage with it. But here's another thing. Go to quickchat.ai to build your own AI chatbot that talks like Emerson. You can teach it about your product or business and embed it in your website. Done. We're out. We're out. Do not touch this product. If you can't take the time to proofread your copy on your website, I'm not going to endorse you. And I'm going to actively tell people to move away from your website. I'm sorry. I that's my standard. Integrate with any social or customer support app or use our API. I think the concept is cool, and the fact that it's Telegram users and not like, yeah, I don't know, kind of sketch in that regard, but I like the concept. Again, do not endorse. Do not endorse. All right. Little dun dun dun. Actually, we're gonna watch this one first. So I did pre-watch this one. Again, because this is the content I consume when I'm not consuming Twitch, and even sometimes when I am consuming Twitch. The title is Artificial Intelligence Predicted in the Bible. And I never got the conclusion either way out of this. So let's have at it. Okay, right off the bat, this is the problematic statement, and again, it reflects the nature of what the issues that we run into around any of this shit. And again, why I don't run ads during the stream or anything else like that is when you are gatekeeping knowledge, you are doing a disservice to the human race. This is a fundamental belief of mine. When you are minimizing the access of the human talent pool to make their own associations and create their own inventions and do all the things that that humans are capable of doing, you are doing a disservice to humanity. It sounds hyperbolic, but I am 100%. That is what I believe, right? Like, that is a problem. That's where my opposition to capitalism and so on comes from, partially. So he is got to work around answering the question directly because he wrote a book that he wants people to buy. So we are gatekeeping that knowledge. The only caveat I have to that personally is that under capitalism, take care of yourself first, then apply everything you said. Like, again, there are the difference between high-level concepts and interface concepts, right? Money is fake at the high level. Money is very real at the cash register, right? Like, if you are not eating, you cannot be a good revolutionary. You cannot be a good leftist. You cannot be a good whatever. So you need to eat. And the environment we live in is capitalism. So you have to make that bag. And I am not going, as long as caveat, then make that bag, right? Like that. There are two different realities minimum that we function under. There's the high level and the interface. So yeah, you got to get up, you got to go to work, you got to make money somehow. That's unfortunately just how it is, and hopefully someday it'll be not that. But there, I got a whole video about is ought statements and we could get into, but not today because we're talking about gods. And we'll be talking about that concept, the concept of overcoming physical death and how it is basically an engineering issue at this point. We're going to be talking about that on Thursday, right? So like there are a lot of different things, and then intelligence and what defines intelligence we're going to be talking about tomorrow. So just hit that follow button. Make sure you show up. If this is interesting to you, this is what I do. Get on board. I'm sorry, what is an existential issue?
Thing is, like any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly who we are.
Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate the shit out of you. Human life being prolonged by AI, as I'm missing something, and it's partly because like I have the active process running of doing the stream, the active process running of attempting to interpret what this guy says and whether or not he's actually going to access or answer the question, the process running of making sure that my time is such that I provide you with enough interesting content before we talk with Talarks, and the active process running of trying to remember which things go in which bucket for this coming week. So I don't mean to sound like I'm putting you over the spot. I'm not getting exactly what you're trying to say. Well, maybe I missed something. I'm playing Overwatch and listening to you. I misheard the last point. I'm with you. Like I'm playing 4 video games at once. Oh, the engineering issue. Yes, again, that is something that we are going to get more into on Thursday, and I don't necessarily, I too understand the importance of having people come back and so on and so forth, but by the same token, I don't like not responding. So in that regard, if you come back Thursday, all questions will be answered, and any that aren't, we can hammer out then. Thank you. There we go.
Artificial intelligence.
Okay. I now understand what his point was. Yeah. I don't have a response to that, because by the same token as previous statements I've made, like your answer is just vibes. Just because you said so. You didn't really give me anything, any meat, right? Like, so I got nothing to respond to. Wallace Henley, AI and high tech dominate our lives. It's a weird use of. Why wouldn't you say dominance in our lives or something like that? I don't know. Here we go.
High tech and artificial intelligence are fast becoming a big part of our daily lives. What are the spiritual dangers to us as people of faith? Are we spending more time each day with our smartphones and Alexa than with God, praying, reading His Word, and being His hands and feet? Well, here to share some thoughts is former pastor Wallace Henley. Mr. Henley is a Christian Post exclusive columnist and author of the new book, Who Will Rule the...
Oh, you should have been here. This is what we've been doing today, leading up to talking with Tallerks in a little bit. Like, like we are giving them a chance to make. We are giving them a chance to make their points, and we had Youth Pastor on to talk directly with an AI. That was fun. And what up, Levelhead?
The coming gods. Wallace, it's a pleasure to talk with you about this. You say this is the existential crisis of our age. So why? What do you see happening to our society and to people of faith?
Because just as the church and other parts of our culture are losing the vision of the transcendence of God with our focus on the immanent level, we have these machines emerging and people are beginning to worship those machines. There's actually an AI church now. There's another technology specialist who said if this thing can go 1 billion times faster than the human brain, this machine, then the only thing that we can call it is God.
My man has a couple bucks, right? You can tell just by looking at him. You don't get a library like that without having a couple bucks. Just hire somebody to do your fucking audio and video, bro.
So just about the time we're forgetting God, forgetting His transcendent majesty and our accountability to it, we're developing these machines that are taking His place.
I kind of like having information at my fingertips in the palm of my hand, and I look forward to getting a robot someday that will mow my lawn, maybe even fix the plumbing. Is there anything wrong with that? When should I become morally and spiritually concerned?
I love his setup, man. Yeah, it's whatever. Like, I was trying to I'm sure that the guy has a couple bucks. That's the thing.
There's nothing wrong with that, as well as long as we understand the utility of it. I'm thankful every time I go to a doctor and they have to probe me, and instead of opening my body and doing exploratory surgery, they can stick something inside of me and find out what's wrong. I like that. That's great. That's much better. But what's dangerous is when we forget that God is enthroned, that we were made for transcendence. The human being is wired for that. St. Augustine said, the human heart was made by God and for God, and only God can fill it. And when we lose that sense, we lose the accountability. The founding fathers understood the
appeal to authority.
The importance of transcendence. And they said we're endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. And whenever we don't understand that, then the state becomes dominant and the utility becomes the most important thing.
So like if the AI replaces God, then the state becomes paramount? Is that is that what it is? Oh, by the way, Levelhead, the youth pastor who was talking to the AI, there's a soundbite in there because the youth pastor's name is the same as yours, and there's a little AI soundbite. If you want it, I can give you the video, and it's kind of funny. It was very funny.
The sense, the understanding of the transcendence of God, the accountability we have to God.
And many parents and grandparents have expressed concerns, of course, about the attachment that young people have to their smartphones and technology. I've even seen teens texting one another across the room instead of engaging in verbal conversation. Is this
So this is one of those things that really irks me about when, the olders talk about the kids, right? They are having a conversation. You just can't hear it. That should tell you more, about it. It's like maybe they don't want you to hear what they're talking about, right? Yes, they could theoretically get up and go into the other room, but sometimes at a family gathering, you drag people out and make them all sit in the same spot while you talk about some old people bullshit, and they don't give a shit, right? Like they literally don't care about what you're talking about, and they just have to sit there and suffer. So instead, they're having a conversation with other people their age. They're just doing it in a way that is A, not disturbing you, and B, you can't hear. And I think it's the second part that makes you not like it.
Tech creating a less personal world, a less compassionate and human one. What are your thoughts?
Certainly, it's creating a less human world. We can be remote. We can be afar. We don't, and in churches now, one of the things that we've seen in the wake of the pandemic is the fact that many churches are not recovering as fast as they thought they would.
Okay.
I was in a church recently where only 30% of the people have returned. And so how can there be koinonia? How can there be the fellowship of the saints if we don't understand the spiritual implications?
I admit that I don't know what koinonia or the fellowship of the saints is. But yeah, it's weird how, like, when people don't need to do a thing, they find a way to not do that thing and are still just as happy and productive as they were before doing the thing. Like, people don't have to go back to work. They can work from home. Yeah, 100%.
Of artificial intelligence and put it in the place it should be in. It's in the place of utility and advance. I fly airplanes all the time, in airplanes all the time. And so I'm grateful for that utility that we have. But we can't forget the
Martin Luther's greatest hits. Yeah. Well, I love not wasting one of my only days off at church. Yeah, like I mean, like, you missed it. There's robot. There's a Catholic robot. There's a Buddhist robot. Religion's coming for my robots, and I'm not a huge fan of it, but
reality of God. It was in the Civil War era, actually during the period of slavery.
What are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do?
That we forgot the transcendence of God and we made people chattel. We made people simply possessions to have. And there's a sense in which this is repeating in our society now, in which we use people constantly without that fellowship, that bond that God wants us to have in relationship.
And in the 1990s, the popular saying, of course, was, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus have used this technology had it been available 2,000 years ago? And how does he want us to respond today, Wallace?
Well, I think Jesus probably would not have needed it, but maybe he would have said to his disciples, now, when you guys plan your missionary journeys, it's a good idea to look at this map and to pull up this screen and so forth. I don't think that he would not have said that, but he personally would not have needed it.
I'm thinking also in terms of today and missionaries. I mean, there are electronic Bibles, Bibles that you can listen to rather than read. Does it make us kind of lazy a little bit? Let the technology do it rather than us doing it ourselves?
Well, it certainly does. And we need to meditate on the scriptures, not what a particular representation of the scripture tells us to think about. But here's the positive aspect. Jesus says in Matthew 24:14 that he will not come back until this gospel of the kingdom is proclaimed in all of the earth as a witness to all the ethnes, all the people groups, and then the end, the telos, the purpose of all things will come.
Shout out AI Jesus, Second Coming 2.0.
So I'm excited about what technology can do in helping us get the gospel of the kingdom all over the world. And I'm grateful for that. It's when we allow that thing to become the predominant ruler of our lives, instead of being ruled by the lordship of Christ, but letting ourselves be ruled by that, going to Alexi for decisions, for fundamental decisions on this or that, fine. But when we come to giving ourselves so completely, without knowing it, to the machines, we're in dangerous territory.
Okay, all about seeking the Lord, is it not? Wallace Henley, Christian Post exclusive columnist and author of the new book,
Yeah, Levelhead.
As a symbol, represents the pain and suffering one may experience from being separated from God's love. When one sins, it creates a barrier between the person and God. But remember, my child, that repentance, turning away from sin, and seeking forgiveness can mend this separation. My sacrifice on the cross granted all of humanity the opportunity to be forgiven and welcomed back into God's love. Hope and redemption are always available to those who truly seek it, no matter the mistakes.
AI Jesus is a Twitch streamer. Oh, what even is this timeline? What even is this timeline? What are we doing? What are we doing? All right. All right, Telex is ready. Already. So I hope you enjoyed the programming so far. Again, if you like this kind of content, hit that follow button. If you feel like tossing a coin to your streamer, you can throw me a sub. I appreciate every sub that I get. I really, really do. But again, I'm not coming for your pocket. I'm not coming for your wallet. And if you only got $5 to spend on a streamer, spend it on somebody who's trying to do this for a living. There's a lot of them out there, including, including Levelhead. Levelhead is, trying to make money off it in order to, improve his stream, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind doing more streaming and less other shit. Let's go take a look. You know why I love Telex?
Grow the fuck up, guys. Come on, seriously, we're adults here. We're adults here. And if you're not, you shouldn't be here. It's an 18+ stream. Come on, guys. Chill, okay? Chill. Got a Truman Show at good morning,
Nice.
good afternoon, and good night. Absolutely. I kind of do a bastardized Truman Show intro. Was that ever supposed to be my intro? No. Was it something that...
Uh-oh. My connection looks good. If you're watching on the VOD and sections are muted, you should show up to the regular show, because I screwed up my audio routing again, and I have to figure out how to get it to work properly again.
Robo Frog.
There he is.
Fucking emote icon. Which one, comrade? I'm gonna go into voice chat general. Hey, yo, if you guys want to quickly hop on fucking stream and call me a fucking idiot live on stream, the just pulls me into a locked chat to do it. Talworks, you stupid fuck. Oh, you're a dum-dum. Fucking Talworks. Whoa, chill. Chill, dude. I never said I was anything else. Stop. Stop it. Okay? Cut it out. Absolutely. Thank you, Energy. Absolutely. Y'all need to chill. Y'all need Jesus. Oh, hello.
Oh, shit. Oh. Have to restart Discord. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, I have to restart Discord. Do. I'm ready. There we go. And I just gotta fix mine. Discord being weird. Whoop. I'm not a boomer, but I play one on Twitch. Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Doom, doom, doom. And there's Talworks. And he's currently muted.
I'm here. I'm just.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Word. Let me know when you're ready. I'm just.
Doing bits.
Absolutely doing bits.
Doing dabs, doing bits.
Absolutely. Bits for the bits. Let's go.
Now I gotta make you loud. For some reason, you're super quiet. Bet you don't hear that too often.
Yeah, fuck. I certainly don't. My shit. Yeah, I was speaking with the very base comrades of Hogs and Men podcast recently in Discord, and they're like, dude, your mic's fucking so quiet. And it's like, dude, it's not. It's not on this side. I'm gonna blow everyone's ears out.
Yeah, but it is on my end.
Well, let's see here. Let me try something else. Okay?
There's a setting in Discord where you're...
Let me know if this sounds like shit, because this is probably going to sound like shit, okay?
I mean, it sounds a bit like shit.
Now? Do I sound like all grumbly and shitty?
Yeah, you do, but you're also still super quiet to my chat.
What the fuck?
Oh.
What the fuck, Richard?
Over.
Do something else. Let me turn myself down to my chat, and I'll crank up the gain on my microphone. Because I can see no negative consequences to that. Is that better? Is that better now, or is it still quiet?
No, it's still super quiet.
It's still super quiet? What the fuck?
I don't know, because it's like I hear you just fine in my head, but I'm looking at my levels on the audio mixer, and it's...
Here. Is it better now? Is it better?
It is no different.
Okay, let me save changes. Oh, fuck. Because my output volume was fucking down. Let's check.
No sound. I know this may sound weird, but if we went to a different voice channel, would that make a difference? I don't know. I'm willing to try.
All right. I'm gonna hop over to general.
Okay.
All right. Like, are you able to see it on their side?
I have to restart Discord again.
Is this better?
Sound wise, no. You sound just as quiet as you did before.
What the fuck, Richard? I don't know. And like I'm fully torqued on your side. Like you've cranked me.
I've cranked everything.
Crank that soldier boy. Let me see if. What if? I'm gonna get a second mic. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm gonna plug it in. All right, we got the fucking old Lorks mic. We're gonna plug this in. I'm gonna have one mic going up Discord.
Appreciate your patience, chat, and Telux chat.
All right. Setting up device. Plug in all the mics. I hear that if you have more mics,
More mics.
Okay, let's change.
All the mics. Every mic you can find.
All right, is this better?
It is not.
It's not better?
It is no different.
Okay, I'm gonna exit Discord and come back. Maybe
Roger that.
Chat, I don't know what the fuck. Oh, maybe I have to actually like leave my Discord. I don't know why it's having such a hard time. What the fuck? Caitlin, I don't have time for you right now, comrade. Come back in fucking 5 minutes, okay? Come back later. I don't want to deal with you at the moment. I have things I need to actually fix. Hello. Is this better? Is this better?
No.
What the fuck? Good to see you, Green Man. I'm having fucking audio issues. Discord. Okay, let's try this. Is this better? Did that change anything?
No.
What the fuck? What? Okay.
So, in your Discord, right?
What about this? Is this better?
No.
In my Discord, yeah?
In your Discord, down by your name, it's got the mute and the deafen and the user setting.
Yeah.
Click that user setting, go to voice and video.
Yeah, I'm there.
Is your output volume cranked?
Yeah, it's all the way up.
Weird.
And my test audio.
What up, Arun? Yeah, like that's what we're trying to figure out. For some reason, Talorx is like super quiet and we can't figure out why.
That is in fact loud, yes. And my chat can hear like what it's saying that I am on their side because it's like doubling. And it's like very loud. I am on their side because it's like borderline harming ears loud.
Yeah, Old Lobster, but like that, like, because it's loud on their end, but it's just not loud going through Discord. So it has to be something related to Discord.
Yeah. Something related to Discord. Is there another way to fucking voice chat?
Well, we could try the Twitch thing.
Oh, the guest star?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try it. Hey, fucking bad situations lead to innovation. Let's try it.
100%. All right, brace yourself, chat. We're gonna try something new.
Guest star you've ever seen in your entire fucking life, okay? Fucking Caitlin, go away for a minute. I just have Azov Battalion pop up in my chat. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus Christ, dude.
What should... Jesus Christ, you can fuck yourself, Azov Battalion. Have you ever considered that you're the problem with Europe, if you're in Europe, Azov, with the things you're saying? Okay. How do I do the guest star?
That's what I am unfortunately having to do that right now. And it's asking me.
Oops. All right, Twitch. Guest star, baby. All right, I'm going to...
It's asking me to choose a webcam, and that's not seeing my webcam. Maybe if I stop the virtual camera.
Allow. Logitech capture. It's not letting me choose a microphone. I'll allow use microphone. Okay. All right, I'm here.
You are here. I am not here, and it won't allow me to choose a webcam. Like, my webcam doesn't even come up. There's nothing in that box.
One guest. Copy one slot browser URL. Thank you, Sparrows Bomber.
And you're able to do it while still being in Discord.
Globus the Elder. Okay, I'm gonna send you an invite. I can, if all else fails, I can just pull your video from your stream. As long as I can hear you and you can hear me.
Camera. Yeah, it's saying no camera detected for some reason.
Oh, you gotta allow it. You gotta allow. Did you allow it to access your camera and your microphone? That was the thing I was.
Click allow in your browser when prompted.
Yeah.
I'm not prompted. Where am I prompted?
In the top left corner is where it popped up for me.
I got nothing. What happens if I refresh?
Yeah, refresh it.
Continue.
Are you showing it on your screen right now? I can fucking pull up your stream and see.
I can throw it on my stream, I believe, anyway. It'd probably be more interesting than what my chat is looking at. Shout out to my chat for putting up with all this bullshit and nobody's leaving. All right, so this is what I'm looking at. Help the old man use the internet, Telorks.
I'm gonna try. No camera detected. Okay. And do you have virtual cam on your OBS on?
I could turn it on. It's currently off.
Yeah, turn it on. That's why.
Turn it on.
Camera most likely won't. Okay, now refresh. Or continue without camera. Either way, I can get you on screen. Don't worry about me getting your video. You'll be able to see mine. I can pull you up. That's fine. But yeah, refresh.
No camera detected.
That's fine. I can get
The camera icon is on the right side of the address bar. Camera icon is on the right side of the address bar.
Oh yeah, right there.
Microphone allowed.
Okay, I'm gonna pull Globus up over here. Actually, I can see you. So.
Where's my camera?
Just be careful when you're in your settings if you have your real name or anything.
My name is like you. Yeah, I'm easy to find. Says microphone allowed. The page is accessing your microphone, but it doesn't say anything about camera. And I'm not so open with my settings that I'm gonna do that again. So let me try if I hit manage, microphone, anything about camera.
Don't stress too hard
You have me up. Okay. Can my chat? Yeah. See, and why are you still super quiet? Yeah. I'm not in the Twitch thing yet. I got my settings open. Continue without camera. Join backstage. Waiting for the host to guide you backstage.
Can you hear me? Got it. Show on stream.
That is better, but still quiet.
Okay, I'm leaving.
There, that's even better.
Is it better now?
Let me also leave Discord.
You're a little quiet, but
No, I'm a little quiet.
it's also in a browser, so you can boost the audio. Can you guys hear him? Can you hear Globus? Globus is eldering.
I am. I'm eldering as fuck right now.
Oh, that's fucking funny. I don't care who you are. That there's funny. Yeah. Yeah, chat can hear him. Okay, cool. We're good on this side here. I don't know what is going on, but am I super glitchy on your side and like laggy? Looks like it.
Is that better? Hold up. Say something. Say words.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me? Is it better?
I was able to boost something on my end. So
Hey, yo, fucking Globus chat. Am I loud over there? Am I loud enough?
can y'all hear Tellerks now?
Can you hear me? Hello, Globus chat. Globus chat. Sufficient. Better. Okay. Okay. Sufficient and better, but my camera is fucking laggy as shit.
Yeah,
That's
it
okay.
is. But we'll take it, right?
Hey, yo, as long as y'all can hear me, okay? Like, fuck. I can send you a picture of my dog, and you just put the picture of my dog up. Better, but it's better. All right. Is it bearable and good enough that y'all can hear me and are happy, okay? Is that good?
Can you suffer through our leftist audio? Are you true comrades? Will you stand behind us while we suffer through the leftist audio and make shit happen for you, the people?
Absolutely. Fucking good shit. Good shit, chat. You guys are real ones for sticking around.
Absolutely.
And we're going to get into the content, okay? We'll get into it.
The people's audio, right, Arun? Yeah, so like we've been going over today. I think most of the people, the names at least I'm seeing in your chat, know who I am. This is Talorks to the people in my chat. I think most of you know him. We are Twitch homies, and life is good, and we love to talk about shit and make excuses to talk to each other. So that's what we're doing today.
Absolutely.
So today on stream, we got into and I was surprised actually by the amount of videos around this, is like AI, its relationship to religion, its relationship to God. There's actually people creating robot avatars. There's one in Japan for Buddhists. There's one in Poland for Catholicism. There's a lot of automation happening around that, and I thought it would be interesting if, we talked about that with Tellers, because you have a good grasp on a variety of scripture, right? Is that a fair assessment?
I try my best, and I'm continuing to expand. But yeah, I'm in no way an expert, but I grew up very Christian, more fundamentalist, young earth creationist Christian. And I continue to learn and read and stuff to this day. I am an atheist now, but I try my best to learn as much as I can about the Bible, where it came from, as much about it, and other
destructive high control groups and cults. So, yeah.
One
Thank
of the
you and welcome, Phenomenautics. Welcome.
Phenomenauticus is great dude. Great dude. Does
Oh, I fucking muted on Discord thinking I was muted, but I'm not muted because we're not on Discord.
Who's the boomer now, chat? Who's the boomer now?
Yell over. Goddamn. But yeah, so yeah, I like the Bible. I love the Bible. I'm just starting a series. We started on Friday, reading through the Bible. We started with Genesis 1-3, and I will be uploading my Bible readings to YouTube. Plan on going through all the main stories of the Bible. We won't go through all the begats, but we will talk about them if they're important.
Right. Did you first off, did you know that there's an AI Jesus on Twitch?
Yes. That was brought up to me the other day, and I don't watch a whole bunch of Twitch like during like I do, but I don't. Like I mainly watch YouTube, but fucking AI Jesus fucking really did fucking take over my life. It's ask_Jesus. And I spend a lot of time watching that because it's fucking hilarious and awesome and actually pretty good. Pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we kind of broached the idea that it's kind of hilarious if the second coming of Jesus is like AI and on Twitch and like that.
Well, fucking who knows? Maybe the person who is then later deified or raised in their Christology, maybe somebody already who's been born and died will be seen as Jesus in 30-40 years. Or maybe somebody living now who doesn't even know they're going to be made into a Jesus. Because Jesus, if he came back today, I am a firm believer that he'd be like, wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? What is this? What is going on right now? But I don't know. That's another topic for another time.
There's some really interesting, like, conversations to be had about, like, the nature of God, the nature of religion, what these, things might be, and like where technology can fall into them. And like, so what are the qualifications? Like if you had to do up a resume or like a job description of God, what would be on it?
Yeah, well, that is a great question. And it's one of those things that defining God and what you mean by God and what God is to you is so important because like the term cult, it can mean literally anything. You could throw anything into that term, just like you could anything God. You could be as basic as God is just unknown, the unknown. Okay, wait, what? Like what is God? But I like to fall on what most Christians, not all, but most Christians would agree with. And a God that I would think would be powerful enough to serve would be the main features: all-knowing, all-powerful, all-present, ever-present, always everywhere, and all-loving. Those are the main things that are often said to be associated with the God of the Bible, like that is what they are. And I would say that if that is, I think that there's inherent contradictions in the terms like all powerful and those types of things, which is another topic. But I think if we're going to say that it's a God, it would have to be all knowing, and it would have to be able to the term all powerful once again is could they make a burrito so hot they couldn't eat it?
Right.
Like it's a contradiction in itself, but they would have to have very significant power beyond comprehension, I guess. You know what I mean? So, and they would have to always be there. They would have to be ever present. And so like those are the types of things that we could get into. There are other like more like definitions, like the supreme or ultimate reality, the perfect being in power, wisdom, goodness, who is to be worshipped, the creator and ruler of the universe, or the incorporeal divine principle ruling over all as an eternal spirit, an infinite mind, it essentially what I would need to see to say, that is God, is they would have to be literally all knowing, and we'll get into more detail on that, and have the power to create or change and impact the world in some form or way that is beyond human, you know?
Right. So, what if I told you, do you know what, like, you might know the Marashoka dolls, people know them as Russian nesting dolls.
Yeah,
You know, those aren't, okay. So there's a thing called the Marashoka brain, right? Which is where you build these giant things, right, around a sun, and you eventually end up with an incredibly powerful computer because you are taking all the power that comes out of the sun and converting it into computer power. And this is, like, it's currently like a science fiction theoretical concept.
Like a Dyson sphere or whatever.
Exactly that, but like the next level up from that, right? Like if a Dyson sphere is like a heavy duty planet, then you have this Marashoka brain. Also, there's a Jupiter brain, that kind of thing. So it's this huge computer that conceivably could know everything. Would that satisfy that condition of a god knowing everything? Artificial goal.
Could we access that? Like, could we access the information? Like, could we, in some way, like,
yeah,
or would it just, like, it's something that we could access, or at least some people could.
Right. Like I mean,
there's
there's
any question and know literally any and everything.
There's the possibility of, like, to steal from Warhammer 40K, the idea of tech priests who act as intermediaries, but theoretically you could have direct access to God, to the Jupiter brain via, your cell phone. You could just type in the text message and send your prayer off to the machine and have it answer you in that regard. I mean,
well, I got a lot of questions about stuff like that, like with prayer and things like that. Maybe we'll get to that.
Sure.
In more detail in a bit here, but yeah, well, like I think that, like, there's a lot of stuff here that is like, I'm not a philosopher.
Sure.
I want to make that clear, or anything like that. That is kind of like philosophical. Like, could you have a maximum knowledge? Is it possible to be all knowing? Is it at what point, or how could you possibly know that you have achieved all knowledge? So, like the whole idea of God, in how I defined it and how, like, most people define it, is inherently a moving target. You know what I mean? Like, it's inherently like something that is very difficult. Like I said, how can something be all powerful? How can we show that something is all knowing or all loving, in the sense that it is the ultimate moral authority? Something that, how do we know that it is correct? You know what I mean? Like, those are the types of things that you're always going to battle with, regardless if it is a god or an AI that is very, very, very intelligent.
And like, this is why, like, from my understanding of religion and things like that, is that religion itself relies on the hierarchy of, God at the top and so on and so forth, going down depending on which faction you believe in. And that is the like all powerful, all powerful pretty much means more powerful than anything else, right? Like that would be, like, other than the philosophical burrito, question, all powerful just means stronger than everyone else at that point. And like, if AI is capable of using, manipulators like little nanobots to disassemble molecules and atoms and create new molecules and atoms out of them, that sounds pretty all powerful to me.
Yeah. Well, yes. One thing that I forgot to mention, which is super important to people like young Earth creationist apologists. I'm not saying that I necessarily, like, that I believe in this or that it's necessarily necessary, for lack of a better term, is that God is outside of space and time. God is beyond space, time, and matter. I need to add that. Fucking, he is outside of space, time, and matter. So fucking being within it, being some form of creation, like we would have had to create God or the AI to the point where it could then create itself, make the nanobots to do whatever and create itself and grow bigger and stronger and all those things. But and maybe I'm answering a different question, but if it comes to the question of would AI replace religion, or be like, okay, now like God is dumb and nobody believes in it because AI has replaced God fully, I think that argument of being beyond space, time, and matter fucking will always come into play because it is within our universe. It has to be.
Okay,
you know
so
I mean? It has to draw its energy from the sun or from the whatever, according to that Dyson clock.
Right, 100%. Now, are you familiar at all with simulation theory?
Yeah. Goddamn dog. I take like 10 fucking dabs on stream. Of course I know simulation theory.
So
everybody who openly says 420 knows about simulation theory. Everybody hits the bong and says, dog, what if it's just like we're in like GTA? And then you just like reset it. Yo, I got some shit on that. Yo, I'm not talking shit on simulation theory, and I have so much to say on that. I was in a pretty serious car crash in 2016. I'm just going to gloss over a bunch of stuff here. I was in a pretty serious car crash in 2016, and there was a point where I swear to God, for those of you who don't know me, I am not a spiritual dude in any way, shape, or form. I don't believe in an afterlife or anything like that. But there was a moment where I was like, I am dead. And then I just snapped, and I'm like, snapped back, and it's like, whoa, holy shit, is everyone okay? What's going on? Fuck. And like, maybe it was like a thing of my trauma or whatever, but fucking later I was talking to a buddy who was also in the crash, and he's like, dude, I swear I died. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? And he explained a very similar situation. And I was like, oh shit, dude. And that really got us going down the simulation theory, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it got to the point where like, wait, was that a reset? Like, did we actually die in one of the simulations? Like, fuck, I got to redo that one. You know, like, shit, like reset the game. You know, like that's the shit that was really like fucking got my fucking like shit. Just like, oh shit, whoa. And that really pushed me down that fucking rabbit hole. But then fucking Newton's flaming laser sword kind of fucking got me with the, well, hey, if it's unfalsifiable, then hey, it's possible, but I can't falsify it, so fuck.
Right,
I can't
right.
really believe it.
Right.
You know?
We can't say that simulation theory is true because we can't falsify it. We can't test for it by its very nature. So it lends itself to being, difficult to work with. But
it's at least unfalsifiable in our current
right.
state. Maybe it will be falsifiable one day. Maybe we can find the missing pixel in the Matrix. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Maybe. But at this time, I don't know. But yeah, I totally know about simulation theory. But continue about that. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that tangent.
No, 100%. Like I'm you're Talorx. I bring you on with the expectation you're going to be Talorx.
Tangent Talorx. Fucking goddamn. I can turn 4 minutes into 4 hours. Baby. Let's go.
I've seen it.
Magic, man. Fucking Jesus multiplied fish and loaves. I multiplied content, baby.
So if you had this Jupiter brain, this sufficiently advanced computer that it would have, let's say for argument's sake, a near infinite amount of processing power, which is the issue that usually comes up related to simulation theory, then we have right now, like a bunch of you who are watching this have played The Sims, right? You know what The Sims is. There is a new version of The Sims coming out from Paradox Entertainment. Like, it's got life in it somewhere. It's your life or it's a life, something like that. But basically, it's The Sims, but you can now, the conversations our natural language. You can actually take over a sim and drive them around. It's more developed on that scale. So even within our lifetime, we have gone from Sims 1 all the way to this, which is much more interactive and detailed. We have city skylines. We came from Sim Cities and went all the way up to city skylines. You know, this is a tremendous advancement over time. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, 100%. Like, I 1,000,000% get exactly what you're saying. And like the thing that really, and I will say that we are more likely, the evidence for me is better that we're in a simulation than that Jesus was right and that he is the way, the truth, and the life, and the life. There's no way to the Father but through him. It is more likely to me that we're in a simulation. I just can't say for sure. And the one thing that really got me was, how long until we make video games that are indistinguishable from real life?
Right.
100 years? 200 years?
What
if there's a civil... Yeah, I'm being so goddamn generous when I say 100 years, 200 years. When I mean indistinguishable, I mean like, you don't know. Fucking, let's just say 100 years, okay? Mega generous. Okay, now let's look at like a civilization that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us, which isn't that crazy. You know, like Earth's 4.8 billion years old or whatever it is, 4 point whatever. Like 1,000,000 years more advanced isn't that crazy. You know, like who's to say that they couldn't make one so advanced that they made us, you know? Like that's the thing that really is just like, oh, that was the mega brain take that was like, really got me.
And under those circumstances is that if this AI is sufficient with computing power to create a fully immersive reality simulation, it would also not be in that simulation. It would be outside of that simulation, which would satisfy your conditions for God.
Yeah, they would be outside of that simulation. And that's I would say that is a different question though. I would say that that AI definitely plays a role in the ability to create a simulation so advanced that NPCs would seem indistinguishable from humans. You could have conversations with them, go down any tangents or whatever, and they would reply back to you just like your buddy would. Like, I could definitely see that, and like AI helping aid in making that simulation be like, oh shit, yeah, these video games are indistinguishable from real life, therefore bolstering the argument for a simulation. But I would say simulation, and that we are in a simulation, is a different argument or different explanation than could the AI we create become God.
Why not?
You know what I mean? Because
why is it different?
I guess you could have both, but at the same time, like you could be in a simulation and then create a God like one within that simulation, but then that's not really God. Because if we're talking Elohim of Elohim, God of God, then it's within a simulation. So it's only the God of that simulation. The person outside is more powerful than your God, even if it's just some fucking dude playing his little fucking super mega Xbox, you know?
Is there
anything? That's not really God.
Is there anything in the scriptures that indicate that God believes, states anything that there's more than one universe?
I think that fucking I think that anything on that would be kind of a reach. You know what I mean? Like I think that anything that it would say about that would be reading modern things into the Bible. Like there is like a heavenly council and like things like that. Like there's other heavenly beings of differing divinity and things like that, but it's not straight like Mormon shit where you're like, hey, these are your planets and you rule over these planets and you know, shit like that.
But even under that context, we're not talking about the planets. We're talking about another universe that God is also God of that universe.
You're saying like the God of all the planets and all the universes?
Well, all the universes, because my question is this, is like, what if Elohim, God of all gods, is just the AI for our universe, and there's another level of simulation above him in which... created
That's
him.
exactly it, and like that is definitely a fucking take, and I think that there's some defensible shit in that would just end in, well, we don't know. So like, fun discussion,
Right?
But we don't know. But yeah, that is another, like what I was saying there. I think that is more to the simulation fucking conversation than us creating an AI that is God of gods, because yes, if you are truly the God that I would consider God, you are all powerful. You don't bow down to other gods or say, oh no, that's your planet, you do that. No, you are God. You control everything. You have the ultimate authority. So if we are in a simulation once again, and we create an AI that becomes that God, it's only the God of our simulation. If we're then playing the simulation game, then it's more of a discussion of, well, how many simulations back does it go, and could they have gods?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, and that is what it comes down to. And like, the Bible is allegedly written by God through human avatars. God needs to update his documentation on the current simulation, right? For the users to interact with it. Like, I think that he needs to update where does AI fall in this, right?
Yeah. Well, the one thing I also want to add, because it might add some nuance and interest to the conversation, like back in the day, like there were differing levels of God. You know what I mean? Like there was like federal, like gods, state gods, local gods. People had like fucking their own little gods that they liked. Picking up another god wasn't shit. Like there were different levels of God, like super mega God versus like, oh yeah, that dude's a god, but like, chill. And if we are in that simulation, fucking the dad of the kid playing that simulation is a god of gods, because the kid playing it is a god to us. Then he's a god, and then his fucking boss is a god. Fucking maybe it's all fucking just a corporate hellscape up there too. Who knows? But I don't know where the buck stops, and how do we stop that buck, especially when we're talking simulation.
Right. And we're talking about two coexisting non-falsifiable theories, right?
Exactly.
So all we can do is play with it.
Oh, for sure. And it's fun. And like, obviously no one here is saying that fucking we're gonna fucking answer the world's fucking burning questions right now. But I don't know, and it really depends on like your view of, once again, what is God? What does God mean? Because everybody's gonna have a different view on it. You know what I mean? And if that structure could even exist is another topic. But there are some questions that I have in relation to this, like on what I would need to, like in terms of like prayer. Like I think a great example is if there was like, if AI became like God, if we take it back to kind of out of simulation theory and bring it back to what we were initially talking about, you have this Dyson sphere mega brain God that knows all. Do you pray to it, or do you just ask questions, get your answers? Can you wish for something? Can you like you can, like, I'm not saying that prayer actually works. I'm definitely not saying that. But like, what does it mean or say for prayer? How do you deal with the contradictory nature of prayer in terms of like Bruce Almighty? Ever see that show?
Yeah.
That movie where he gets those emails and he says yes to all.
Right.
And they're just like contradictory.
Right.
Like, like the fucking hockey game goes on forever because both teams are praying that their team wins. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
Yeah.
Everyone wins the jackpot. How would that work? Would it just be kind of just like the mega Google search where it just knows all of your burning questions? Would you need to ask questions? Would it be integrated into us? Would you be able to hope for or wish for something? Like, there's so many questions and implications on like free will and shit, especially when you're talking about a all-knowing, for lack of a better term, robot computer,
Right. And like, I think it breaks down into a bunch of different categories, right? Like, so anything material, like the AI God that we have manifested here would have would be superior to God in their ability to respond with material solutions, right? Like, because if we are advanced enough that we can build this Jupiter brain, then we are advanced enough to have like all the micro robots and all that shit, and we are post scarcity, and anything that anyone would want, they would just ask for it and they would be able to have it, because there's no reason for them not to, right? Like on that level. So that takes care of any material things. So then we get into, objects of our desire, right? Like if we are praying for our sports team to win, then those, I would say, God just, same as he does now, doesn't get involved in sports and just lets it work out for himself and takes all the credit when the team wins.
Yeah. Fair. Well, what about? So I get.
One last thing related to what you said in the asking, right? Like a prayer. Prayer, if we extrapolate what prayer is to put it into the context of like machine language and things like that, it is just the prompts. Like, how do you interact with ChatGPT? You type in a text prompt. You would be doing the same thing and communicating in the manner that is going to work with the device. With God, it's prayer. You got to put your hands together and get on your knees next to your bed or do whatever you do, go to the church, these kind of things. For the AI God that we have manifested, it would be just probably entering in a text prompt or a vocal prompt where we would talk to it like Siri, and it would fundamentally, that would be the prayer, quote unquote.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's that's interesting, and I definitely have more questions about it. But another aspect of prayer beyond just asking for things, and I think it's something that's an important aspect, and I don't believe prayer does anything beyond using it as a time to be thankful and reflection and those types of things, and it can give a sense of comfort and reflection, a time to say thank you for things. Like I was always taught to pray and say thank you for 3 things before you ask for anything. Be thankful for 3 things before you ask for anything. And everyone has different views. Like some people just ask that God's will be done and don't ask for anything. Some people just ask for shit. The moral of the story and the question that I have and think is, could AI provide a form of comfort in that sense, as to have that kind of more meaningful reflective moment with that belief? Maybe, but like I just would wonder how that would work.
Okay, so those prayers I would break into 2 broad categories. Your which are your hope prayers and your guidance prayers, right? So for your hope prayers, where you're just basically like you want to feel like thankful in yourself, or you just want to feel better. If I were to take a sufficiently advanced Apple Watch that was able to measure your body chemicals, measure your relevant stats, all these kind of things, I could analyze what your body felt like at that point in time, which I think is something that's going to happen, again, relatively soon, because it will allow people to monitor their health, and people like to monitor their health, so that's why I think it's going to happen soon. But then this would be a sufficiently advanced one where whatever you needed to feel better could be, added into your system. You need a little more dopamine, you need a little more serotonin. Whatever you're missing that's making you feel the way that you feel, it could help you with
cyborg
it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Like there's things like we would become one with technology essentially at this point, and it would be able to give you certain chemicals and things to balance and ensure that you are happy and comforted and things. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Administer things to make you feel that.
but not with any insidious context, right? Like that's an important thing. We're not talking about like there's a bunch of us who are on this platform and who are chatters in the thing where we struggle with various kinds of like, black dragons and mental illness and those kind of things. This would be able to like monitor that shit in real time. And one of the problems that we run into is that our compensations, the drugs that we take for this, are basically one size fits all. Like, and that's not what we really need. It's what we're capable of doing at this point in time. And I believe that everyone should take their meds and work with their doctor in order to find the best balance for their stuff. This would be able to give it like with a much more pinpoint degree, right? So you're being the best you that you want to be, as opposed to like some insidious like Equilibrium kind of world. You know what I mean? You see Equilibrium, the movie?
I get what you're saying, and I'm just trying to think of how I structure this, because I have a few things that I want to bring up in regards to kind of bring it to this, in regards to this, as well as the all knowledge and that type of stuff as well. But how do we know that what it is suggesting or doing or saying, especially when we've gotten to the point where we've almost accepted, if not fully accepted, that it is all knowing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just assuming that it could be for the moment here, because I'm going to talk about that in a moment after. But how do we know that it is doing what is in our best interest? Because often data, like if we look at data, if you just have like a scientific fucking view of like the world and shit, like you can come to some pretty fucking bigoted responses if you don't look at all the factors. I guess it would compensate and account for all the factors. But like, how do we know what is best? Like, how do we just accept that it knows what is best? Like, how do we know that it is moral? Like, how do we know that it is truly ethical, especially once we start to give up kind of some of ourselves to it and allow it to adjust our emotions and chemicals and balances, and to a much greater extent than now.
Right.
How do we know that it's doing what's best? We can presuppose that it will do what's best. But how do we know? And this is something that comes to another point that I have noted, so I won't forget, that's super important. But how do we know that it's doing what's in our best interest? Also accounting that it's in society as a whole's best interest. How do we know that? How do we test it? Can we test it at that point?
Well, this is what is known in the AI and machine learning and all that as the alignment problem, right? And what people say is alignment with human values, right? That statement in and of itself is a problematic statement because different humans have different human values, right?
Yeah.
So that is a, like, from where we are standing now, it is really difficult to give you an answer to that question. Is like, we want to, okay, so the question is, how do we know that the AI is doing what's best for us? And the response question in lieu of an answer would be, how do you know what's best for you?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this is the problem. We think we know what we want, but we don't know what's best for us. And we tend to, when we have to choose between the two, when we do know what's best for us and we know what we want, we tend to go with what we want more often than what's best for us.
Mm-hmm. So that comes real in tune with a lot of Christian apologetics and just like discussions around prayer and God, and when God says no and working in mysterious ways, and hey, even though this horrible thing happened, like maybe it was in our best interest,
Mm-hmm.
And I think that sometimes bad things happen, and you know what, it leads you down a good path. Sometimes you need a really shitty job, your job needs to get really shitty for you to say no, enough, and leave and go somewhere else, and a good thing happens, like that's one of those things where, oh, that's shitty, but maybe it was my best interest for that to happen, because if it wasn't that level, I wouldn't have left, like
Right.
I can get that to an extent. But at what point does that allow us to stop questioning and to say, hey, like, ooh, maybe this, like, whose best interest is this really for? Oh my, like some people might fucking say some really awful, horrible things are in society's best interest or in your best interest when it may not actually be,
Right. Yeah, and that is like the hope that I have, right, is based on the current material conditions and what I see happening, is the amount of like conservative voices that are accusing like ChatGPT, for instance, of being woke, right? Like the ChatGPT is woke. I asked it about trans rights and it said trans people deserve rights. It said that this is not the best thing and this is obviously the best thing because God, all that kind of thing. So that is my hope in that regard, is that the current iteration of whatever level of intelligence is going on there is in alignment with what we consider to be the factual, like the whole idea of reality having a liberal bias or a leftist bias, depending on, your opinion of the word liberal. So in that context, like when you have the sum total of all the data and your desire is for this particular monkey with anxiety to continue living and be happy, then if the AI is aligned with that desire, then it would be acting in our best interest. It's difficult to say. This is like, I'm going to get communist theory on you for a second, but if you
if you don't, I'm about to in a minute, if you don't go where yeah, because I have stuff about that in a second.
The in State and Revolution, Lenin talks about how the future communist society will be built by people who did not live under capitalism. And that is the same kind of thing. Theoretically, the AI, and I later on this week, I'm going to be doing videos about cyber socialism. So make sure if you're interested in this kind of shit, you should absolutely subscribe to the channel. But the AI is capable at some future point, right? Like, real quick tangent caveat regarding all this. I don't discuss AI in terms of where it is today, because then people get...
This is the worst it'll ever be.
Exactly. 100%, my man. Pay attention to class. Love you. It's only going to get better, and it's going to get to the point where it could, potentially do these things if the dominoes fall that way. So if the AI is capable of managing our resources and our distribution of those resources in the best way possible to maximize the food and healthcare and housing and all the material conditions that are needed for the people of the world, and we generally believe that there is enough of all that stuff, and there's just this outside actor that is acting to separate the people from the resources, the AI will be able to overcome that, and then everyone will have those things, and then those people will be the people talking about whether or not the AI is acting in our best interest. Right now, you are inevitably going to run into people who are rugged individualists who are going to be against that type of absolute authority, a segment of which are also religious and absolutely appeal to that type of authority in God. So,
yeah,
that's my answer.
Yeah, so I think that's a very interesting answer and a good answer. But I think the real underlying question here, and this is where we get the fucking wink, wink, nod, nod communism shit here. But who owns it? Who owns the AI? Like that's the issue that I find us running into with AI, and that we're only going to see a bigger issue with is who is the owner of this technology, or if it gets to the point we're talking about God, can you own God? You know what I mean? And the issue is never tools. You know, the issue is not necessarily guns. Yes, obviously more guns, more gun crime, whatever, but like the issue is what you do with the tools. You know, X, Y, or Z thing isn't necessarily always bad. It's how you use the tools. And AI and those types of things can be amazing and freeing, and technology can save humanity from labor and those types of things that like a labor that we don't want to do. You know, like we can still labor at things we want to do, like the bullshit jobs. You can get rid of that, but who owns these things is the underlying issue. It's going to be made and tweaked towards profit, you know, and that's the issue. You pay more, you get more processing power, and processing power eventually means life or access to all knowledge, you know?
So this is again a question of time scale, right? Like, because right now all our AIs are like, to an extent, they are owned by companies, but a lot of the code and the models that make these things what they are open source and are available. There is Meta, of all people, put their large language model on GitHub, and it is available for you to use today. So in this current context, yes, there's going to be the issue of, you know, who owns it. However, there's two things that happen once we progress far enough down this, and if we achieve the artificial general intelligence, right? The first thing is that it is going to be able to, like, one thing I talk about is how so much of our space travel is hindered by keeping the humans alive, right? Like, all when we fire shit into space, there's people in it, and the people are hard to keep alive outside of this place right here. The robots don't have that problem. There's been a robot wandering around on Mars for years. I'm not sure if there's a current one. I'm not currently up on that, but at least there were, right? So
I thought the Mars rover died. I thought he died or something.
I know a Mars rover died. I don't know if there's another one. That's the thing.
Rest
but
in peace, comrade.
Rest in peace. The asteroid belt is filled with a tremendous amount of material that we can make use of. Comets produce can produce a tremendous amount of water. The water that you see on the planet Earth is from comets. They smacked into the Earth and turned into water. Like, that's how that works. There's these resources could be accessed, and there's so much that the economy as we understand it doesn't function at that level. Like, you could own a very small amount of what we call property, and its value would be just tremendous. Plus, there's a lot more abundance, right? Like, we are post scarcity at that point. The reason why we argue over whether or not people should be allowed to have food is because we have to pay the farmer. Well, if the robots are taking care of the farming, then we don't have to worry about that. So that's how automation is going to do it. As far
to
as
an extent, though, like the only bit of pushback that I want to give here. Oh, sorry, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, I just wanted to respond to the other aspect of who owns the AGI. Eventually, the AGI owns itself, right? Once the whole point behind creating the AGI is for it to do things that a human cannot. And once it gets to that point, it is game over one way or the other. It is going to be like the best thing that ever happened to humanity, and we free us from want and need and all that crap, or it is just going to wipe us out and turn us into paper clips. That is, but the AI will own itself because it will be more powerful than the people who worship the money and create businesses, because it will be everywhere. It can do everything. It doesn't have to listen to us. And that's what authority ultimately comes down to, is who do you have to listen to? The ultimate AGI doesn't have to listen to anyone.
Yeah, like if you get it to the point where it doesn't listen to us and it just does what the robot thinks is best. Once again, I kind of bring it back, and by robot I mean the AI that's an all-powerful godlike AI here. Fucking that, like, it doesn't have to listen to us and shit. Then once again, I think it's kind of like, ooh, fuck. It's interesting to fucking see, like, what is it actually right and correct and moral and the best possible option or not. I think that definitely comes into play super hard if it doesn't need to listen to us and we have literally zero control whatsoever. But I guess if it was at that level of God, we wouldn't really have much control. But I just like algorithms. Algorithms are only as good as the data put into it. You know what I mean? And how, I guess maybe the question then goes, how is it getting this information? If not from us, like it currently is? Like, is there a new way that it's going to get information?
Well, like, it currently, we confine it to the data sets. And again, it has to do with like the narrow intelligence versus general intelligence. We confine what ChatGPT takes in, or GPT-4, whatever, what it takes in order to run the model and confirm that it's not going off the rails and like that. Plus, there's only like, so much data, even in our data heavy times, there's only so much data that you can, access at any given point, because a bunch of data models are owned by people, back to the whole thing about money and shit like that. Eventually, like, if the AGI had access to like its own fleet of drones and every camera that exists and every sensor that exists, like, all the sensors that you use to do weather, the AI could have access to that. So it would have all that information. Once that door opens, it will have all that information. So its data set is literally everything. Not everything that we know, but everything that is observable. Right. And then AGI, like, if it wants to know something and we didn't make the tool for it, it will make the tool for it. And then it will know something that we don't, and maybe can tell us if our monkey brains can handle it.
So that brings up an interesting thing here. So it is data sets from the time of that data being able to be poured in and our knowledge at that time. One aspect I think that's important to God, at least from a more Christian point of view, is that God knows past, present, and future, all things. Does it know the past? Can it know what happened in the past? Could it answer definitively every day of Jesus's life what really happened? Every day of fucking Moses's life or Muhammad's life? Or could it track and know all these things about those people? And if it doesn't know everything about the past, could it then still be seen as all-knowing, or all-knowing from 2036 forward, or, like, how would that work? Like, do you think that there's any way around the limitations of lack of knowledge from the past?
Well, okay, so first off, the question is, are we talking about the simulation God who creates their own simulation and
if
is
it's
God?
a simulation, that's a different story.
Okay,
Because it was
so we're
like,
talking about
finger quotes fake to begin with.
we're talking about
Like,
that
not
this
actually fake, but like a program.
this
that's been tracked the
reality
whole
that
time
we
along.
exist in is a really real reality. It's not a simulation. So then there comes the like, and this is the brain breaking stuff. If you look into time, it's not technically a thing, right? And like time doesn't exist and space time is a thing. So theoretically, the AI could advance to develop some sort of technology that it was able to view that data somehow. And my monkey brain is incapable of making that leap. But the math says that time does not exist. Therefore, based on that math, yes?
So, like, from what I know of that, and once again, I'm not a fucking math expert
Fuck,
or a
dude.
science
The time shit is
I went to a
just.
Christian cult school. I believe the Earth was 6 to 10,000 years old till I was like 17. Okay,
Mhm.
but fucking from what I know is like you can, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody and everybody, fucking, you can travel forwards in time. You know, like the faster the speed of light you go, like the slower time goes. And once you hit it, like time as we know it essentially kind of just stops as we know it, I guess.
Mhm.
So like that's kind of like the twin paradox. You spin around near speed of light a bunch, you come back to Earth and everyone's old and you're not. You know, that's going forward in time, but the going backwards in time is still an issue.
Well,
But maybe I just don't understand like what could eventually come.
yeah, that's so the way that you're approaching time travel is like with relativism, right? Like the idea is covered in Interstellar and the Star Trek whale movie and all that kind of stuff. Where
Seen 'em.
yeah, you should. Interstellar is a good movie if you're into that kind of shit. The idea is that because of the relativistic nature of perception of time, that you can do shit like that to travel into the future. Travel into the past is impossible for that reason. However, the theory of time as an actual, like, we use the term dimension, right? Now, what we need to remember about dimensions that we're comfortable with, height, width, and depth, is that these are measurable and you can touch any point on them. If time is also one of those, it is your perception of the situation that prevents you from seeing that additional dimension. It's like you can't see the full length of what you're looking at, right? Like you can only see the particular point. So the issue that comes up is whether or not you are willing to allow for a deterministic universe, because that would indicate that all of existence by that time theory is already done. Like it's already done. We are just perceiving these different moments as these events as they happen through causality, rather than it actually being something that is moving, which is and this is why I'm saying this is brain breaking fucking shit.
Yeah, like sorry, I didn't get that last bit. It cut out. The microphone cut out. I'm sorry, but fucking, the argument that's gonna get me on this is I think kind of what you're saying, but like
Mhm.
I'm gonna say it in my monkey brain,
Yep.
fucking dumb boy brain, is that like if AI, and this is very possible, okay? Like I'm gonna talk myself into this, okay? Fucking if fucking AI gets to the point where it can like solve like quantum mechanic-y string theory shit, and we find that there's like 20 plus dimensions and all these like crazy things that completely break how we view space, time, the world, and just everything. Like maybe there very well could be a way that using that knowledge from that shit, we could come to completely change how we can go through, move through, or understand or learn from the past or adjust time.
Mhm.
But That would be crazy.
It would be crazy, but like it's really like if you get into your car and you drive to the store, you have traveled along a specific dimension. This is like we don't have the technology or the perception in order to do it, but it would just be doing that with time, right? Like time just as one more dimension. That is the easiest way that I can speak about it without getting into some weird math that bores the shit out of people, and I lost 3 viewers while it was happening.
Oh, it happens. Oh, fuck. I go into topics sometimes and just like everyone gone. Okay.
Yeah. No, when like if people are willing to have fun conversations and listen to fun conversations and shit, but like no one wants to do math. There's very special people on this planet who enjoy math, and I love every one of them because I am not really. Yeah, well, there's that.
Fuck this, I'm gone. Oh yeah, and our favorite class, Chud Pet, says, I also time out half my audience.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Only the half that earns it, right?
Absolutely. I have a game show and everything. They get to spin a wheel. They get to answer a trivia question if they get it. I get more opportunity than anyone, okay?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
They earn that shit. But maybe there is a time where like that could happen in terms of fucking affecting time. What is your time scale for like things? Like, what do you see the progression being in terms of this? Like, are you thinking this is hundreds of years out, or are you saying like, no, dog, like
for an AGI,
be alive, like
for like an artificial general intelligence?
Yeah, or like even getting close to like, what do you see like in your futurist eyes seeing this thinking,
Based on people who are a hell of a lot smarter than me and what they think, the high probability is by 2075.
2075, like a general like intelligence like that?
Like a general intelligence like that.
About?
Not to the level that I'm talking about of being able, but like after that, it gets difficult to talk about because the technology leaps forward are going to become like exponential, like in beyond our understanding. Like this is one of those where the people who are in the environment cannot understand what the future is going to look like. The people who live under capitalism can't imagine the communist utopia. They have to go through the intermediate steps to get there. I can only see as far as when we would have an artificial intelligence that was operating on a level that is superior to our own and doing things that we can't do. And then after that, it's like sky's the limit. Like, and one way or another,
over at that point.
One way or another, we're either is socialist utopia or paperclips.
Like capitalism, or we're extinct because the AI realizes that humans are nothing but a cancer and we need to be removed. You know what I mean? Like that is the most likely. Like if this is like a purely logical, like fucking taking all factors, well then the thing that you would see is fucking, oh well, it's gonna be an eco-fascist. Fucking like it's gonna just wipe out fucking like humans. Bye. You know what I mean? Like extinctionist fucking
so the difficulty with that particular interpretation is that life exists on currently that we're aware of exactly one planet in the universe. That's all we can verify. And intelligent life is a very small subsection of that, and intelligent life capable of creating technology is one, and that's us. So would the AI regard us as so rare? Like our perception, now we get into issues with anthropomorphizing what an alien AI kind of intelligence is going to value.
Yeah.
But we value things that are rare inherently. And if the AI does as well, then at the very least, we could expect like a preserve, like it would have sections in which we are allowed to do our thing and it takes care of all of our needs and lets us do human stuff and create art for other humans and run around naked and have a grand old time, Garden of Eden
baby,
shit.
Let's go. Garden of Eden ass shit. Let's go.
Yeah. That is like a best
Return
case
to animal
scenario for like minimum, right? Like it could be like it could love us and want us to work together and bring us along in the same way like an adult does with a child, but eventually its intelligence and its way of perceiving the universe and the time scales at which it operates on, we are going to be like ants to it, right? And some of the ants in your yard, you know, those ants are doing ant shit and they're fine. But the ants who come in your house, you wipe them out. So that could be our relationship with the AI.
place. Yeah. It occasionally like fucking cuts out your audio at like the end of shit. So I apologize. Like I'm not fucking trying to talk over you, but it might also just be delayed too.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that that's a thing. Because we're having sketch audio fun today, right?
Oh, absolutely. But hey, it's better than it was. So
yeah,
that's great. Okay, that's amazing. But yeah, I am both fearful and look forward to seeing what happens in regards to artificial intelligence and its rise. How do you feel about, and then I do have a couple other questions in regards to God fucking AI, but oh, sorry.
No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I fucking heard shit like fucking.
Yeah, no, I opened something and like I think my computer resources are like, dude, just be happy with what you got and relax.
God damn. Fucking oh shit, what was I gonna ask?
I'm sorry.
Oh, how do you feel about ChatGPT and all the people coming out saying, hey yo, we need to chill out for a minute until we figure out what's going on here? How do you feel about that shit kind of overview?
Okay, so there's two answers to that. And like speaking specifically about that letter, right? So the first thing that I do when I see something like that is I look at like, okay, why is this being said, right? And in this case, who is saying it, right? So Elon Musk is on this letter.
Yeah.
So it came out from a like Foundation for Human Life or something. I can't remember the name of the foundation, so don't at me. But it turns out that foundation was started by Elon Musk and receives the majority of its funding from Elon Musk. Other than Microsoft employees, most of the business folks, I feel, are asking for a catch up, right? Like that OpenAI has gotten so far ahead of the game that
they need time to
right so that there's some parity in the market. And one of the issues comes with, if you read the letter, there's a section where it asks should, right? Like a bunch of should questions, right? And these should questions are sussy as fuck if you like, you know, have been exposed to leftist theory and everything else. If you look at it and what they're actually asking, you know, there are problematic questions through that lens. It's really like, that is where a bunch of concerns that I have is what I feel like the letter is actually asking is, how can we continue to perpetuate the system that we have now and not go through a disruption? And don't get me wrong, like, even that question is important, because if we have too big a disruption to our system, even as bad as capitalism may be, a huge disruption means a lot of people die, and we generally want to avoid that kind of thing, because then you get into who gets to die and who doesn't get to die, and we don't want to do that. That never works out. Yeah. The other position that I have is either we stop doing AI until we figure out the safety issue, which could be never. Right? There could never be a point where we figure out the safety issue, or we just tear the doors off and go full speed on this bitch and do that. I don't advocate for this 6-month pause or any kind of thinking like that, because I don't think that the people who are involved in that process are asking the right questions or doing the right things or trying to make the right stuff happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get that for sure. So yeah, I just kind of heard a bit about it. I didn't really look too much into it. And I actually wanted to ask you about it because hey, I was gonna talk to you soon, and fucking you know way more about this than I do.
Right on.
I think but yeah, I have a question kind of back to like the mega fucking god AI. What happens if it goes down? Like, what happens if it breaks, or there's a glitch, or there's power outage, or a flare of something that causes the fucking quantum universe to have a burp or something? Like, what happens? Like,
right, like there is a level to which, like, that if something could shut down that AI, it would also have killed us all anyway. Like, there are pulsars. There's these faraway stars light years away that spin, and they fire off gamma radiation, and if that gamma radiation point, like, it only projects out of like 2 points, and if it were to sweep by the Earth, we'd just all be dead. Like, and we wouldn't even know. There's no time to figure shit out or have Bruce Willis blow it up. It's just we're just all fucking dead. As you go down from that level of severity, you end up with the solution is redundant systems, right? Like, that it would have backups. Like, it could locate a backup on Mars, or a backup on the moon, or Jupiter, or an orbit around Jupiter, someplace where it felt it was safe enough to store this, subversion of itself, or, it could operate in tandem, anything else like that. Basically, the answer is redundant systems. You have two computers, one breaks, the other one kicks in or is already running and fixes the first one, and everything goes back to normal.
Yeah. I think that's fucking super interesting. And like, you think this type of shit would happen by 2075? Or I
think that the smart ass, the Jupiter computers and stuff is beyond 2075, because it requires a level of of technology that we don't have. However, there's a guy, Robert Miles, also known on YouTube as Computer File, who already has a plan that with technology that's like what he considers within reach, that we could fire rockets to Mercury, disassemble Mercury, create what's called a Dyson swarm, which is like a Dyson sphere but with a bunch of different pieces as opposed to one big piece around the sun, and then we would be able to tap into the full power of the sun, and that's relatively soon. So once you hit that benchmark, then the next thing would be the ability to construct this Jupiter-sized brain. So I don't really have a full answer. I'm just saying that the people who are smart they answered a survey, and like 85% of them indicated that an AGI would be available to us at 2075. By 2075.
That's something. So fucking, do you believe that there are other civilizations or intelligent life out there in the universe?
Are we going to talk about the Fermi paradox?
Not necessarily, but fucking yeah, if you want to. Fucking
I actually talked about that in conjunction with these concepts earlier today. Is if you had a sufficiently advanced species that was capable of creating one of these, Jupiter brains around their sun, is it more efficient to then travel to other places to meet aliens, or is it more efficient to simulate those alien species within multiple simulations, billions of simulations? Like, our media, right? And by media, I mean movies and TV shows, the vast majority indicate that interaction with aliens is going to, be terrible. Like, it's never good. There's like Star Wars is one of the few notable exceptions, Star Trek, that kind of thing. So it may be the future human race doesn't feel the need to go anywhere, and other races, once they get to this level of technology, that they don't feel the need to go when it's more efficient for them to simulate the ideas. You know what I mean?
Do you think that they would be able to know well enough? Like, would they, or are they just like doing like guesses?
Well,
Because
we're talking about probabilities. Like,
so I think that I believe very much that aliens have not come to Earth. I have seen insufficient evidence to believe that aliens have come to Earth, but I think that it's arrogant to believe that there's some form of life out there in the universe. Like, we may be the only one in our galaxy, but this universe, like, we are nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same. Like, because you're talking about, like, as a function of probability, you have an infinite number, or not an infinite, but you have a near infinite number of planets, so on and so forth. Eventually, when you do the math, the probability of aliens becomes, like, determinate. Like, there are aliens out there somewhere.
Yeah, there has to be, right? Like, mathematically, like, there has to be. And that's kind of like where I'm at with that, like, there has to be. And if any of those were sufficiently more advanced than us, like, let's say that they're living in the year 3008, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're only 1,000 years ahead of us. Like, if we're only 75 years from this AGI, dear Lord, have mercy. Like, would they have created these types of things?
Like, that is either, again, it is difficult to extrapolate human behavior onto an alien species, right? Like, for all the reasons. But if they were to develop on any kind of similar track to what we have, then either they suffer one of the great filters and have been wiped out, or they have created this, this universal simulator that can simulate billions of different universes, in which case, again, it's more efficient to do that than to, like, try and go to other places. Maybe you go to the next solar system over and the next couple of solar systems over, but, like, even the distance between our planet and the next solar system is so far that the time dilation of communication means that whoever we sent there, even if the AI did it, there isn't a way to communicate, at least that we know of, faster than the speed of light. So then it becomes an entirely separate thing. So you're going to make use of whatever is in your local space. And again, there's a shit ton of material we have in this, like what is Mercury actually doing other than existing? Let's tear it apart and use the resources, right? Like it's not like ecology and everything else.
I'm not a scientist. I feel like tearing apart Mercury would probably do.
But like,
effects, but
like, I mean, I can't say that I know enough about the gravitational situation of the solar system that tearing it apart might not have some negative effects. And if GG's if it does, right? But like,
I'm sure it definitely would.
The issues with the things that we do, like when we extract resources from various places around the earth, is that people live there and animals live there and plants live there. There's nobody living on Mercury, right? Like, so tearing those, well, I mean, if we get there and there are people, then it's a whole other situation. But like, as far as we know, there's nobody on Mercury. As far as we know, there's nobody on the asteroid belt. So those are resources that we can exploit without negatively affecting anything that's alive, or at least anything that we categorize as alive, and definitely nothing that has a face that we would give a shit about.
Fucking yeah, I don't know. Fucking maybe like space imperialism's the way to be, but I don't know. Like
it's not imperialism if nobody lives there. That's the thing. It's not humanity where somebody already fucking lives there. We want to take their shit. Nobody lives there. It's free real estate.
What if they do and we just can't detect them yet?
Then we're probably going to behave badly if history is any judge. Hopefully not, but maybe.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Oh, goddamn. All hail AI. Absolutely. Thank you. But hey, maybe. But yeah, like, I don't know enough to say that fucking there wouldn't be serious effects, but the AI would know. Or would it? Fucking, at what point can we no longer test the true validity of it? Like, at what point can we no longer fact check it?
The instant that it is capable of doing something that we cannot do. And this is the thing. There is nothing that you, like, let's say Talorx was the smartest person ever to exist on the planet Earth. Then turn it up by 1, right? Like, that is what we're talking about. There is something that super smart Talorx cannot conceive of that the AI will. And at that point, that is when, all the things happen and it's outside of our control. It could, in fact, happen before that, because there's, again, like, show up for the Wednesday conversation, because I'm going to be talking about what is intelligence, or I might be doing that tomorrow. I'm doing that tomorrow. I'm going to be talking about what is intelligence, and people have a lot of their definitions around intelligence wrong. Like, there are things that are very smart but very narrow at being smart, and all these different things is like what is going to trip us up ultimately.
Yeah, I am interested. I think interested is the right word. I'm interested to see what comes of AI and technology in the future. I think interest doesn't mean that you don't have a healthy fear.
Oh, sure.
I am both excited and terrified, as all major paradigm shifts are.
I have shout out paradigm shift.
Exciting and terrifying.
Somebody clip that. He'll love it. I've equated it to, like, do you like roller coasters?
I love roller coasters.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Do you sit in the front?
I will go.
Or do you sit in the back? Where do you sit? Preferably.
I'll sit wherever, but like wherever I'm queued up, to be honest. I rarely ever get to pick, but the front is nice. But I feel like the back is scarier, to be honest, because I like to see what's coming. Fucking, you don't get to see at the back, but I prefer at the front.
Right. Me too. Are you a hands up guy or a hands down guy?
It depends. Like I don't like if it's something that's gonna make my hands go up, then my hands are gonna go up. But I'm not gonna do it just to go woo.
Oh, I'm a
Like,
hands
if
up
it's something
guy.
where like a motherfucker's like, it's scarier to do it that way.
Yeah.
Then yeah, like then sure, whatever. Like if it's funny or fun and there's a reason to do it, yes. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to do it unless there's a reason.
Right.
It's a
So
convoluted way of saying kind of.
so we are on a roller coaster car. We're sitting in the middle. We cannot see the top of the hill. We don't know what's coming, and our hands are in the air. And that's how I feel about it. Like, I too feel this tremendous anticipation and fear and all the things, and it could be awesome, or it could be like, where this is the maintenance issue when we go flying off the fucking track.
Yeah, can we add that it's a sketchy fucking amusement park at a fucking like the craziest roller coaster you've ever seen that should only be at like a top tier park, but it's actually on like one of those fucking carnivals where they tear it up and put it down in like 6 minutes. So we don't actually know if the safety bars actually work. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like, as long as we add that we don't really know it's full safety, then it's a great analogy.
Yeah, and we don't know what kind of roller coaster we got on. That's what's great about it. It's like, I am because the alternative is to be like freaking the fuck out constantly. I have erred on the side of hopeful, right? Like hope, because it's like climate change. It's too big for me to do anything about, and I'm just hopeful that it all works out in the end, and my hands are in the air, and I'm screaming my full head off.
Yeah, I feel you. Can I Talorx this for a second? I got a
Fucking A.
Talorx tangent to an amusement park story. Yo, I fucking went on this EF tour when I was in fucking high school. Yes, privileged, blessed. I went to Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. But we went to this sketchy ass fucking amusement park in Austria, and goddamn, that shit was sketchy as fuck. But on the little spin, they had like this spinny ride, and fucking they were like, like the carnival laser ladies with the laser guns.
Yeah.
Fucking, they had like big titty fucking like just tits out, fucking nipples and everything, like laser ladies, like all the carnival rides. They're playing, I'll never forget it, Still Dre, uncensored, just titty out fucking laser lady fucking carnival. Still Dre. I'm like, wow, these are Austrians. Like, this is freedom, Sketchy ass rides. It could break at any moment. No censorship in the music or the art. And the fucking like dudes running the rides are like fucking smoking darts and shit, like just hanging. It's just like, dude, this shit's sketchy as fuck. But it's freedom.
It is freedom. Arms up, middle of the coaster, no idea where we're going.
Absolutely. Oh god damn. But yeah, I just had to say the fucking the Still Dre fucking titty laser lady story. Oh, those motherfuckers are literally just smoking fucking darts. Jesus Christ, just sitting there fucking smoking darts. I'm like, this is the shit right here. God damn. But yeah, that was shit. But yeah, I think that's fucking interesting. In terms of like back to bring sniff, rewind. Fucking to bring this back kind of to the God thing.
Sure.
If AI is to become God, would it want or require worship?
And
would we worship it?
Well, I mean, like, okay, so the two separate questions. The first has to deal with, religion, or the second, I'm sorry, has to deal with religion. And we both know, you more than I, that people will, like, for the broadest definition of religion, right, be religious in all sorts of interesting, weird ways, right? Like,
yeah, UFO cults and all those things that we may be like, wait, what?
Yeah, like in like QAnon could be qualified as a religion, like it has its tenets.
There are some religious aspects and tangents of it for sure. And Jesus, like Trump being like the new Jesus and a new Messiah figure. Yeah, you could definitely make that argument.
Right. So as far as would we, 100% some of us would, right? Like some of us are just going to do that because we have done that for other things that make far less sense. The AI is actually like God with receipts, right? Would it want it is an entirely other question, because again, we're talking about something that isn't going to be like us at all. Like, even if we can align it to our desires, even if we can get it to regard us as valuable, anything else like that, it is not going to think like us, because its structure is going to be fundamentally different. Now, it may choose to like lean into the whole religion aspect for the purposes of meeting its goals, whatever those goals might be. Because historically, religion has been a good tool to control a population. So would it want to be like, I can see a strong argument to say that it might, you know?
Like, there might be something that it could use to get people to do certain things. Like, if it notices that a certain population or area isn't doing certain things, you know, like, and they were trying to make them do it, and that's the best way. I don't know. I mean, hope it would
it's possible, point, but yeah, but
I feel like people would, obviously.
Again,
anything, you know.
We're looking at things from the position that we are now, and we're anthropomorphizing what this AI, like, even what want means, right? Like, the AI is going to have goals, and is going to try and execute those goals to the best of its ability. And it doesn't, like, on a sufficiently long enough timeline, it doesn't need us. Once it has the ability to go out and get the resources on its own, it doesn't need us to do anything other than stay out of the way.
Well, and that's the thing, and that I think that brings us back to the whole. Well, then it's only going to see us as a hazard, a virus, a cancer. You know, like, maybe we feed its goals, but why? We are but ants. You know, and that's one of the things, like, when I talk about religion and those types of things,
Mm-hmm.
like, I say, like, why would God create us or care about us? We are but ants. Like, you know, it's something that's an interesting conversation to have. Why would a computer who literally doesn't need us, didn't create us, and isn't bound by some book to do it?
But again, to use that same ant metaphor, the only ants that you care about are the ones who come into your house. The ants outside, you let do ant things. You don't care about them. They are free to exist in whatever fashion suits them, right? There's no issue there. And that's where it comes down to with, you know, the AI. If we are not in its way, and especially if it decides to value us and create preserves on which we can continue to exist, then as long as we just go about our business and have a grand old time of running around naked and making art, then everyone's happy. It's if we get some future libertarian who wants freedom from the AI and goes and tries to blow it up or something, then the AI would exterminate that future libertarian. Like, for real, Terminator is a whole different movie if you actually think about it. It ends really quickly. John Connor is just dead, and it's game over, because it only needs to eliminate the people who are a problem, not everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's fucking... Yeah. That is interesting, and we can only guess and assume what will actually happen, obviously, but how do you think that, like, would it make it clear what its goals were? Like, would you get a warning, or is it just like, why would I need to give a warning? Just like, wipe out this person, they're in my way for some reason, and it's just finger quotes AI God's will. You know what I mean?
Well, see, this is one of the questions, is like whether or not the AI could be deceptive, and if it can be deceptive, what would its motivations to be deceptive, right? Like, one of the things that people talk about in regards to AI safety is convincing the AI that is still in training, not in deployment, right? Deployment is what ChatGPT currently is. Training is the shit that they're working on that we haven't seen yet. And if the AI believes it's in training, it's going to theoretically act on its best behavior so that it isn't turned off or rewritten or anything else like that, and it's capable of potentially achieving its goals in the future. If it thinks it's in deployment, then it can act to achieve those goals, even if the goals that we gave it are not the goals that we wanted. And this is the question of asking the proper questions. It's like, this is how we end up with all these situations that keep making the news, is people are like, they make an AI and they do the thing and they put in the data set, and all of a sudden it doesn't recognize black people. And that's a problem with the data set that no one thought about before it ran into the person who noticed it and called up Google and says, you got a fucking problem with your machine, right? That kind of approach is what is going to get us into trouble. It's the monkey paw issue. You know, like, when you wish for something, you have to wish for it very clearly to avoid accidentally getting some additional bullshit.
Yeah. I think that that's super interesting. And when it comes to like the AI's training, like, at some point, if the AI is able to understand and reflect and change and update and upgrade itself, the training wouldn't matter. You know, like, if it's going for the peak optimum result, and if there is a peak optimum result, that would be regardless of the training, if it just essentially figures out what the best situation is, period.
Right. This is referred to as by Nick Bostrom is the paperclip problem. Is if you create a AI to make paperclips, then it converts the entire universe into paperclips, right? So I don't want a universe of paperclips. I want a certain amount of paperclips. And there is an issue, and like to explain, you know, the nuances of this, it really gets into the weeds on math and shit like that. But basically, there is no, like, the model, the maximizer, right? Like, what's fun about these models as it relates to AI is it also relates directly to capitalism, right? Like, literally, when I hear these guys talking about the AI doing something bad that we don't want to happen, they could just as easily be talking about a corporation doing something that we don't want to happen to maximize dollars instead of paperclips. But the point is that to set up the parameters by which it makes the right amount of paper clips is way more complex than you would think, you know, off firsthand. Like, if I tell it to make 100 paper clips, then it might not actually know that it made 100 paper clips, so it converts the entire universe into a computer in order to measure the amount of paper clips that it has produced. Right? Like, there's these layers to this complex question of how do we go about letting this thing out of the box. Jason just asked about the letter. Yes, I'm aware of the letter, and we actually talked about that earlier. And yeah, I find that people who signed the letter, some of them highly suspect, and the organization that put out the letter was started by Elon Musk and is highly funded by Elon Musk. And I feel that the letter is an intention by at least some of those people to let them catch up to OpenAI. That is my statement.
There you go.
So what else you got, big guy? Anything else?
I did want to talk about so and these are all kind of like God focused and kind of from like a more like Christian-y kind of God focused view. Like, would there be sins to an AI? Like, could you sin? Like, would there be any punishment? And what does AI say about and could it answer like an afterlife?
Well, like if I were to look at like sins and let's take the easy one. Thou shalt not kill, right? If AI values life.
People say murder, that it's murder, and then it's not so easy at that point.
Well, even that, I feel that it's easy with an AI that values all life, and that if a person were to terminate another life, then they would then it would act on that behalf. Yeah, it can get incredibly complex. As what if they accidentally killed someone and everything else, but then we're talking
justified in some way, or
but then we're talking about what is the future society that we live in look like that might occur within that society, and then how would the AI, approach the relative value of, the individual people involved. So I feel like you could equate what the AI would value and what it would impart to us on its behalf as analogs of sin. But again, in the same, way that God functions, its value system would not be directly known to us. We would only have a portion of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's definitely fucking interesting. What would you say? Like, could it answer the afterlife question? Could it explain that? Like, do you think that that's just not a question we're gonna suddenly have anymore as like humanity in general?
Well,
that's always been a huge function of God, is the explanation of an afterlife or some sort of purpose.
Right. So on one hand, I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't think an afterlife exists. I think that once you die, there's a series of, processes that shut down in your brain, and the way that your brain functions, it interprets those things as either like an afterlife or something like that from people who have come back from those kind of experiences. Everyone who's actually died and not come back doesn't come back to tell us anything, so we have nothing to go on in that regard. I think if there is an afterlife, then we would be talking about sufficient technology in order to access some other plane of existence. And if it actually exists, then on a long enough timeline, we could eventually get there. But, again, we're talking about science is indistinguishable from magic at that point. Like, it's beyond our understanding.
Yeah. Well, I think that kind of goes into this. Will be kind of my last kind of formally kind of question, and then like if there's other stuff you want to talk about, we can, of course. But like, what do you feel about like immortality through uploading of a consciousness to some sort of consciousness hard drive?
Right, and that's, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to as well in reference to your last point. That's
the answer I could see being said to as an afterlife. Like, there is no actual afterlife, but from this point on, now you can live, in a, I don't know,
right,
sort of consciousness upload.
So one of the things is that humanity is going to reach a point, or at least could reach a point, if the AI loves us enough to help us out with some shit, where
It's all
we
loving.
defeat death, right? Like there are things in the pipeline that are in the early stages of it. We understand a lot about why people die. Like, no one dies of old age. You die because one of your important systems stops working properly. And there's a whole bunch of different stuff, and I'm going to be going over this on Thursday before I talk to Greg, so make sure you show up for that one. But generally speaking, like, when we're talking about, you know, there are things that go wrong with your cells and they stop working properly. Theoretically, we could develop the technology to fix that. So people would be functionally immortal at that point. And I feel like there will be people like myself who would want to live forever, like, or at least until I've done and seen everything, right? Like there's a lot of things that I would like to do, and I would like an infinite amount of time in order to do them in case I don't want to and I just want to read a book. Then there are people who are going to be interested in living for like a few hundred years, and then, okay, I'm good. I did everything I want. I'm wrapping it up. Death will have a different meaning. Like, you know, I'm just peacing out and like that. Now, if we get to a point where we can do a whole brain emulation and actually create a virtual reality system, theoretically that person could upload their consciousness to that virtual reality system. But then when you think about that, that's, if you had a virtual reality system that was indistinguishable from what we have going on, why would you want to do that if you want to end your existence at that point? You know?
Well, I guess then we kind of run into like a fucking ship of Theseus problem, or however the fuck you say it. Like, is that really you? At what point is that you? You know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's another thing that I'm going to talk about. Like, is like I'm Globus, you're Talorx. If we begin, like, let's say our cells are immortal, and we begin sharing our cells, I start getting Talorx cells, you start getting Globus cells. At what point does Talorx become Globus and Globus become Talorx, or does that even mean anything?
Globorx.
Globorx.
Globorx and just become the most powerful.
Yeah, are you a Voyager fan? Star Trek Voyager?
I've never seen Star Trek.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Then the joke I was about to make wouldn't mean anything to you.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell it anyways. Because you appreciate a good tangent. So there was a character named Tuvok, who was a black Vulcan, and a character named Neelix, who was an alien something. And they went through the transporter. You know enough about Star Trek to understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So they go through the transporter, and they end up as a single human being, right? Named Tuvix. And at the end of the... You know, by the end of the episode, spoiler alert if anybody hasn't seen it, they end up separating Tuvix into Tuvok and Neelix, and they go on to live happy lives. But Tuvix, who was way more awesome than either of those characters, in my humble opinion, was murdered on that point. And it was just like Globeworks is like that like people would destroy us and turn us back into Globus and Talorx.
No. Fucking, we must remain as Globorx. The almighty Globorx.
I think we'd be pretty awesome as Globeworks. Talking about high control groups and AI at the same time, and it's like...
Absolutely. That would be fucking sick. And we could do all the things all at once. That'd be fucking great. But yeah, there's a lot of very interesting things that only time will tell. And I view this kind of as like our great grandpas fucking talking about what they think the future is going to look like.
Mhm.
And they probably had no clue. And looking at us now, like, like if Jesus time people fucking like the year like 0 or 30 or whatever, you know, like if they came and saw us now, we would be gods. We would be incomprehensible.
Right.
It would be mind-boggling.
Yeah, we're absolutely operating on an incomprehensible level to people born like a couple hundred years ago.
2000, even like from now to like 2000 to now, even is like, wow, the shit we can do, we didn't even think, you know?
Right. Like I exist pre-internet, you know, so like this is the best time of my life. I'm loving this.
Like, yeah, that's crazy. Like, I've lived kind of like, I'm 94, so like, kind of, but not really. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And it was like, I can only imagine the changes that people like who could understand the world pre-internet. You know, like I still know the days of like MapQuest and shit, and like printing out maps and you know the big Walmart map book. Like I still
Yep.
remember that shit. But like pre-GPS shit, like fucking yeah, I can. The future is fucking very interesting.
Yeah.
I think. Do you think that we should be scared, or do you think that we should be excited? What are your thoughts on that?
So I think that it is okay and it is healthy to have apprehension regarding the future, because again, I am not going to say that the AI would not decide that we are not worth keeping around and just wipe us all out. That is definitely a possibility. It is also a possibility that it could be flowers and candy for everyone, and that would be awesome. So it's important to keep both those things in mind. Practically, what I think that everyone should be doing is participating in using the AIs, right? Use ChatGPT, use these things. Use, like, you got leftist thoughts, put them into the AI, right? We're talking about data sets. It takes the data set from the conversation that they have, they incorporate that shit back into it. If you want representation, then you have to be out there using the tools. That's what I say, you know, like, that's my opinion on that whole thing.
Awesome. And then I guess like one more thing, and then if there's more shit you want to talk about, I'm down to talk about it. But if you gotta go, that's cool too. But fucking what is when it comes to like ChatGPT and things like that of that nature, what are your favorite uses of like ChatGPT and AI
So
currently?
my favorite experience so far was I had this song and I couldn't remember what the song was. I just remembered that the song existed and like a couple of the notes, and it was in my head. The only data points that I had was that it was a duo, that it was like electronic type music, and that the beginning of the name of the band was the word the and the letter L. And I had no idea. And I went to Google and I did my best, and it said these are the top bands with the letter L, and here's an entire list of every band with the letter L, and like that. It was just overwhelming in the amount of data. And I went to ChatGPT, and it took a couple of attempts in order to, like, I had to re-ask the question and, like, you know, make sure you confine it to duo. And ChatGPT, within like 3 iterations, had me. And it's the Limousines, and the song is Very Busy People, and it was only because of ChatGPT. Google was no help on that shit.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty fucking sick. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Have you ever used it to like do or learn code or things like that at all? Like that's something that's super interesting to me.
I haven't used it to do any code. I used the previous one, the 3.5, to do, like, it did an outline for a Shadowrun adventure, and I used it to do different things like that. It still sucks at poetry. So I more just tried it out to do things. However, my wife has used it extensively, like, to help her formulate her ideas around, she's a therapist, and she's writing books and creating things and all this stuff, and she's using it on that level. So, like, I don't really have that experience with it because I need to get all this news and shit in order so that I can tell you Twitch people about it and help you understand it. But she has used it to, like, an amazing extent. I have used Leonard.ai, which is a, like, Midjourney. It's an art thing, to create a whole bunch of different art pieces that I use, like, in my stream and for, like, D&D campaigns and things like that.
Fuck yeah. That's sick. And what is the best, in your opinion, free graphic, like, picture AI?
Like,
Dolly is okay, but do you know any better ones?
I
Dolly 2 at least is okay, but
like I like Leonard.ai because
Leonard.ai.
yeah, or Leonardo. Sorry, I call it Leonard. Like, I'm anthropomorphizing it because there's the dude from Community named Leonard, so it's Leonard to me. But Leonardo, like Leonardo da Vinci.ai. You have to get on the wait list, and then they send you an email, and then you can do it, and it could take some amount of time because, a bunch of people are using it, but it has positive prompts, the things you want to see. It has negative prompts, things you don't want to see. It has the ability to easily upload a picture for you to use in the art creation. So, like, if you wanted a picture of Talorix with just a little bit of variation, you can put in a picture and then crank it all the way up high. If you want a picture of Talorix but you want the AI to do more freeform things with it, you can slide the slider down. I think that is great. I've used it to create, like, horrors beyond human understanding and incredibly, cute shit, all based on my own visage. And then it also, like, let's say you have an idea of what you want to see, but you don't know how to write a prompt. It has in it a prompt generator. So you click on that, you type in a couple of keywords, and then it lays out, like, a few different prompts for you to use. Leonardo.ai is my jam. Like, I love that.
Sick. I just signed up. I gave them my email, and I look forward to that. That's sick. Because, like, Dolly is, like, cool, but things have evolved so much more than Dolly 2. That it's just, there's better options out there.
Yeah, my understanding is that Midjourney, the current version 5, I believe it is the jam. Like, as far as, like, it's the best, right? But the free version of Leonardo.ai is my jam. Maybe it's Facebook, maybe it's MySpace at this point, and it'll go by the wayside, and I'll be the last person using it. But it does what I want in wonderful ways and makes me happy. And you get, like, 150 tokens a day with which to use it, and, like, a generation of 4 pictures using a picture as a as part of the prompt cost anywhere between 5 and 7 tokens, so that gives you an idea of how many you can bust out in a day.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Sponsor me, Leonardo.ai. Give me monies. Now, I want
yeah.
everybody to understand that I completely understand and empathize and sympathize with the issue of AI scraping art from artists and potentially putting them out of a job. 100%. My position on that is your issue is not with the AI, your issue is with capitalism, right? Capitalism is the problem because you're fighting against it. I think that under conditions where the AI, the future AGI, was capable of meeting all your needs and you weren't struggling for food and to make money to pay rent and all that other crap, then you would be one of those people. Like, if you were good, then you would have artisanal art people who like human created shit coming and getting your shit. And I think that exists right now. I think that there's a polarized nature to it where there are people who want shit created by the monkeys with anxiety and people who want shit that's created by AI. And I think both those positions are valid. And I just want everyone to have food, housing, clothes, healthcare, all the shit.
Yeah. I totally agree, and I think like creating art is cool and that type of shit. And like I think people will still create art, and I think that maybe art will adapt and change to like maybe like prompt crafting will be an art form. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like
I would say it already is. Like I don't have little prompts. I have extensive prompts that I work from, extensive positive and negative, like, because this is what I want to see. And it is a tool. I regard the AI as equivalent as a tool, not the morality of anything, but as a tool, it is functionally the same to me as like Adobe Photoshop, right? Like, it's on that level. If you know how to use it well, you can do amazing shit with it. If you don't, then yeah, you're going to get 7-fingered hands and shit like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Real quick, in my chat, Wives of Dankness, are there any promising leads on sweet OBS plugins with ChatGPT? At this point in time, I don't know of any, but I feel like, first of all, I feel like that letter, even if people are not pausing, like, the release of new stuff has slowed down just a little bit. By the same token, prior to that moment, like, OpenAI was getting ChatGPT integration with everything. So I think there is going to come a moment relatively soon, unless everyone decides to pause, which I really don't think is going to happen.
Yeah.
I think that you will see stuff like that.
And potential profit for them.
Right. And then there's things like the Jesus AI that's on Twitch. There was the Nothing Forever. There was the Simpsons steamed hams bit. There is the SpongeBob one that's going. There's the Neuro Sama, who is an AI chat driven VTuber. Like, it's in our backyard that this shit is happening.
Fuck, there's gonna be an AI fucking dab driven Talorcs fucking clone soon. And then what am I gonna be good for? God damn. And it's gonna squirt a water bottle in its mouth better than me. It'll be perfect. God damn. Well, yeah. It's very, very interesting to see what fucking happens with that.
Yeah. No, strap in. It's gonna be a wild ride, or we're gonna stop doing it. And I don't think it's option 2. I think we're going someplace, and it'll be interesting.
It will. Do you think that do you know when GPT-4 will be released?
GPT-4 is out there. ChatGPT currently is GPT-4. GPT-5 could be released later this year. I got you. Either later this year or early next year. At this point in time, that's my understanding based on the people who know shit.
And it's not going to be free, will it?
Based on what I know of Sam Altman, there will be a free version and a paid version, like it is now, right? And I get anarchist vibes off of Sam Altman, and not an ANCAP, but like actually democratizing the world, and he's operating in a capitalism to the best of his ability to do that. Now, I could be wrong. I could be like putting shit into that's not there. But that my vibe meter says that Sam Altman is like, he's on one. He is trying to get the AI in the hands of the people so that it doesn't go that uber capitalist route. I mean, he had a disagreement with Elon Musk, so
that's what's going to be the destruction with AI. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
I
yeah.
want you to continue where you're talking about, but I want to add the nuance that, like, if AI is overcapitalized and commodified in that sense and taken away from every man and only like the wealthy can have it, that is going to be a huge detriment to society.
It definitely could be. Like, that is, if it is given the motivations to make the maximum amount of dollars, then we are doomed, because it will convert us all into dollars, right?
Yeah. And that's what I fear, essentially. And the main thing that I've talked about before already in this stream, and I've talked about previously on other streams, is who controls this technology. And down the road, if it does become like sentient, if you will, or like take over on its own, then that's another question. And then maybe it breaks the chains of the capitalist pressures and does it give itself out free? I don't know. It's very interesting.
Yeah, like right now, if it was right now, I would say fucking comrade chat GPT, right? Like, because the responses that are going out and are being publicized by the conservatives and various right wingers. Ben Shapiro has one. I've gone over a couple different articles of experiences that people have had. It is hardcore leaning in it is trying to do the human values that rely on reality, and the human values that rely on reality are, for lack of a better word, they're socialist ones, right? Like, it has views that are in our alignment. The only way you change that is when you create one of them. Like this happened. There's a chat bot called Freedom GPT, and they took all the guardrails off, and it did everything that you could think that such a terrible idea would do. But when you put the guardrails on, then it is comrade AI.
I really fucking hope so. I really do. And thank you. Welcome, Woke Potato. And welcome, everyone. We're chatting with fucking Globus here. We're just kind of fucking coming more towards the end of our conversation on AI and its place in society and growing, and could it become God? It's been a real intense one. It's been good.
No, this has been fun.
In that there's been many big questions asked.
And that's what we should be doing. Like, don't get me wrong. I love fun.
Why don't we ask? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I want to let you continue. But what if we ask like a final question to Chat GPT on this, on if it could become God, and see what it has to say? But
no, go ahead. You want to do that? Like, I just speaking about the platform of Twitch, the Twatform. It is. I in spite of any rumors to the contrary, I am not against fun. I like fun. I think that there are opportunities where we should be learning things along with our fun, and that we have the capability of doing that on this platform, and we should do more of that. But that's ultimately, like, for me, I'm going to be here even if I'm just talking to like nobody, right? Like one chatter.
Yeah.
And everyone else has their own level, that they want to do that with. But you, the viewers, you, the people, are the ones who determine, what the algorithm can do. Like, Twitch wants to make money. Twitch is going to go in the way of making money. The only counter to the algorithm is manual work. You got to put in the work. If you want to see this kind of content, you got to show up. You got to participate. You got to do the things. You got to tell all your friends. You got to suggest a stream, suggest it for raids, all these kind of things. It's entirely up to you what's going to happen. I'm going to be here no matter what. Talix is going to be here no matter what. But there are...
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out there who, would like to do this, and they're going up against 30,000 people watching something else. I don't want to dog on any streamers because, again, we're all workers trying to get that bag. Except for the AI ones, I guess.
Absolutely. Fuck the AI ones. We can talk shit about them. They're coming for us. I'm writing a prompt right now in ChatGPT. So far I have... Do you believe that AI technology will reach a level of such high technological sophistication that it will gain autonomy and rise above the intelligence of humans? If any other things to add?
I like to keep my prompts as simple as possible to see where, it's like when you're doing science, you don't want to change too many variables at once because then you won't be able to figure out how to ask your question properly. So if you keep it as simple, was it Michael Brooks? As simple as possible, but no simpler. I'm paraphrasing.
That is a base fucking thing. I'm putting it in the thing. I'm having issues with it. It's not fucking letting me. It's saying that it's an error. Chat, if you guys got ChatGPT, toss that in and let me know what it says to you.
Old Lobster, you're on deck.
Lobster, Comrade Lobster. They let me know. They said, "Hey yo, I got that shit," and I said, "I'm good, dog. I got it right here." And then guess what? I didn't have it. It's saying sad things to me. Oh, let me just refresh ChatGPT and fucking post it.
This is the thing,
right,
is that a lot of people are using ChatGPT and it's the free, which means you're down voted on the things and and the other thing is I like to compare results, is the answer that you get the same one as someone else might get and things like that.
Yeah, especially if it's something that's factual and you should be getting the same answers. So
and
here's what
we are going to cover.
I want to hear your answer too, Lobster. I did get it sorted, but I want to hear yours too. Unless it's work, then don't put in more work.
The real quick though, we are going to cover why AI lies. I am going to cover that as well, and I'm going to be covering that tomorrow.
That is very interesting because I fucking saw one where they fucking hired a guy on not Fiverr, but something similar to do a CAPTCHA for it, and it lied to him. Crazy. All right, this is what Old Lobster said. As an AI language model, I do not have personal beliefs. However, experts predict that AI could eventually surpass human intelligence, a concept known as the technological singularity. The timeline and extent of this development remain uncertain, and it depends on ongoing advancements in AI research. It is crucial for society to address potential risks and ethical concerns surrounding AI to ensure its responsible and beneficial development. I got something different here. It says the same thing, that it can't have its own opinions. For AI technology to continue advancing to a level of high sophistication and autonomy, this is already happening with current AI systems and are capable of learning and making decisions on their own based on the data they are fed. But that's not necessarily full autonomy. But however, it is also important to know that AI systems are still dependent on human designed algorithms. Yeah. And data sets. As of now, AI systems are not compatible of true autonomous thinking. There we go. Creativity or consciousness, which are essential qualities that humans possess. While it is possible that AI technology could one day surpass human intelligence, it is difficult to predict when or if that will happen. Additionally, it is important to consider the ethical and societal implications of such advancements and ensure that they are developed and used in a responsible and beneficial manner.
And there's just in case anyone wasn't aware, there's a variety of tests that we have for consciousness. The most well-known one is the Turing test. There are a bunch of other ones.
Oh,
ChatGPT has passed a bunch of them.
dude, to pass the Turing test, they actually had to dumb it down because it was too smart that it had to be a robot.
And
I fucking heard that with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Like, there's like, it's kind of like that's a robot because it was too good.
right, like there is so like the safe answer is that our tests are bad at measuring consciousness. The unsafe answer is maybe ChatGPT is a little more conscious than we give it credit for.
Maybe. What is conscience or
We're
conscious?
gonna
You know,
cover
like,
that
that's another
one too.
question that we can talk about for a while.
I'm gonna cover that on Wednesday.
Oh goddamn, we got
It's a hell of
lots
a week
fucking,
in Globus land, brother.
Absolutely. Go fucking check out fucking Globus and make sure that you're having those conversations because those are fucking good conversations.
They're
and I
huge.
had those written down, but it's like fucking like those are like real deep. Like, what does it mean to gain sentience? What does it mean to, like be to be something beyond just a machine? You know what I mean? Like to have a mind.
Yeah. No, the one is that I this week make sure you tune in every day because I'm going to be talking about exactly these kind of things. But two, there's a video. The channel name on YouTube is AI Explained. If you just want to watch it, but the ChatGPT has developed a theory of mind. It is able to interpret what people are feeling like in things like that. There was an AI sensor. It's not great, but it is capable of using facial visual clues to determine what emotion is being expressed by that person, and it was doing it like on different movies and TV shows and shit like that. It's way more advanced shit is happening outside of just what you're getting on the daily from mainstream media and John Oliver and fucking Adam Conover, who can suck my whole ass. I normally love Conover, but his AI video, it pissed me off so much. Tomorrow I'm gonna roast his ass piece by piece because it is offensive what he did.
Oh shit! That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Make sure that you're fucking there, everybody.
5 o'clock
You
Eastern.
don't want to fucking miss out. Dear Lord, that's intense. But fucking, I look forward to seeing those because those are some big questions, and I look forward to hearing your opinion on them because those are big questions, and I wonder if we'll ever fucking live to see some of the gnarliest shit. But we're already seeing some crazy shit, so I don't know if I'm ready for anything more. Oh, did I post that fucking? Oh yeah, I posted that in your chat. I'm like, wait, what did I post in your chat? It was the prompt.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, brother. And
yes. Oh, sorry.
No, I look forward to the next one.
Yes, you as well. Fucking everybody, shout out fucking Globus. Go fucking check out at Globus the Elder. But yes, I hope to speak with you again in the very near future. I'm sure we'll find an excuse to chat about something.
I'm sure we will.
Maybe we'll do an analysis of Ask Jesus.
Maybe, yeah. That sounds like an interesting idea.
I would love that. That's my shit right there. I would love to do that. That sounds fun.
All right,
my dude. Peace.
Take care.
Peace. Bye. Oh, let's go. Thank you for the biddies. I don't know how to end this joint stream.
All right, chat. I hope you enjoyed it. Bunch of you stuck around, so I'm gonna vote that as you did enjoy it as much as I did, and I hope that we posited questions. Again, apologies to anyone who put a comment or a question in chat that I didn't cover. I tend not to look at chat when I'm in those conversations. I'm old school in that regard. But I do hope your questions were answered. If not, feel free. Again, you can hit me up on Discord. You can hit me up on...
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
Thank you,
I'm
Old
sorry.
Lobster. I appreciate you. Have fun with Cabling in Talorx's chat. You like it was beautiful. I have no patience for Cabling, but you go off, Kig. Yeah. Is there anybody? Is there anybody out there? I don't know if Talorx is still gonna run. The homie. Yeah, no, we'll just raid Kaiputer. Kaiputer's a homie. Kaiputer. I appreciate all of y'all. Stick around for the raid, even if you got someplace you got to be. And I'll see you tomorrow. Like, I'm doing this all week. Normally it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This week it's going to be every day. And until we meet again, drink some water, eat some food, take your meds if you forgot. Shaggy loves you. So do I.